one shot, one man, one moment. That was all it took to set the world on fire. In a city called Sievo, a 9-year-old raised a pistol, pulled the trigger, and within weeks the greatest empires on earth began to topple like dominoes. That followed wasn't just another war, it was the birth of modern warfare. Machine guns and poison gas, tanks and submarines, factories churning out shells by the millions, and entire generations buried on foreign soil. Cities would be flattened, families torn apart, kings would lose crowns, new nations would be born, and the world would not return to what it had once been. This is the true story of World War I, the war that was meant to end all wars. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're settling in, tell me where you're listening from and what time it is in your corner of the world. I always love seeing the spread of places that join us for these late-night dives into history. Now dim the lights, maybe let a fan hum in the background, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Before the war, there was peace, or at least the appearance of it. In 1914, Europe looked strong, civilized, and confident. Streets buzzed with motor cars and trams. Railways stitched capitals together, and art, science, and technology galloped forward. X-rays, flight, electricity, telegraphs, modern life seemed unstoppable. Newspapers brimmed with sports scores and colonial dispatches. Department stores glittered under stained glass roofs, and the future felt bright. But beneath the surface, something darker was building. Europe was like a room filled with dry gunpowder. One spark, just one, and everything would explode. By the early 1902 seconds, the continent was dominated by a handful of powerful empires, each with its own ambitions, fears, and pride. The British Empire was enormous, wealthy, and anchored by the world's strongest navy. Its lifeline stretched across every sea. France was cultured and proud, but still haunted by its humiliating defeat in 1871 and the loss of Alsace-Lorraine to Germany. Germany itself was young, newly unified, industrial, and impatient, rising so fast that it rattled everyone else. Austria-Hungary was vast and fragile, a chandelier of people swaying under one old imperial ceiling. Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Croats, Serbs, Poles, Bosnians, all trying to live under one crown. Russia was huge but slow to modernize. Ruled by Tsar Nicholas II, who clung to divine right as factories and unrest spread through his empire. Italy was ambitious but unstable, dreaming of ancient Rome while struggling with division and poverty. Each of these powers wanted more. More land, more security, more respect. That hunger drove imperialism, the belief that a nation should grow by controlling others. Britain and France had long grabbed colonies across Africa and Asia, while Germany, late to the scramble, felt cheated and demanded its place in the Sunday. Imperialism made the world a chessboard, and every square was contested. Nationalism made the pieces restless. In Germany, it marched in step with uniforms and parades. In France, it beat like a drum for lost provinces. In Russia, it cloaked itself as protector of Slavs, especially in the Balkans. And in small countries like Serbia, nationalism was something even more dangerous, a fire that demanded independence from empires and dreamed of uniting all Slavic peoples under their own flag. Inside Austria-Hungary, nationalism was a ticking bomb. This wasn't one people with one story. It was many peoples with many languages, religions, and grievances. Vienna tried to hold the mosaic together, but cracks spread everywhere. To protect themselves, the major powers turned to alliances. On one side stood the Triple Alliance of Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. On the other stood the Triple Entente, binding France with Russia and later Britain. These were not casual friendships, but solemn military promises. If one nation was attacked, the others would come. The hope was to keep the peace by making war too risky. In reality, it meant that a quarrel in a corner of Europe could drag in the whole continent. Meanwhile, the powers armed themselves as if peace was already a lie. Britain and Germany competed in a furious naval race, each launching dreadnoughts so modern they made all other ships obsolete. On land, artillery grew heavier, machine guns deadlier, shells more numerous. Generals prepared detailed war plans in secret binders. Germany's Schlieffen Plan aimed to crush France in a quick strike before Russia could mobilize. France's plan. The 17th dreamed of a heroic offensive to reclaim Alsace-Lorraine. Russia, sprawling and chaotic, struggled to modernize its railways and its army. Britain focused on its navy but promised to defend Belgium. Austria-Hungary hoped its empire would not collapse before it could even win a battle. Every capital was certain that if war came, it would be short, glorious, and victorious. None of them were ready for the nightmare ahead. And then there was the Balkans, a messy, unstable region that had long been called the powder keg of Europe. It was the place where empires collided. The Ottoman Empire, once powerful, was crumbling. New nations like Serbia, Bulgaria, and Romania clawed for land and influence. The Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913 left thousands dead, borders shifting and tempers boiling. Austria-Hungary's annexation of Bosnia in 1908 enraged Serbia and the Bosnian Serbs who longed to join them. Tension crackled in every cafe and alley. Nationalist groups whispered of assassinations and revolts. The empire's heir, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, knew it was a tinderbox, but he rode into Sarajevo anyway. On the 28th of June 1914, he and his wife Sophie came for a goodwill visit. It was their wedding anniversary. They rode through crowded streets in an open car, soldiers in polished uniforms marching beside them. Flags waved, music played, the empire put on a show of strength. In the crowd, however, were 7 young men, members of a secret group called the Black Hand. They carried pistols, bombs, and poison, ready to kill or die for their dream of Slavic freedom. The first assassin froze. The second threw a bomb, but it bounced off the car and exploded under another vehicle. Chaos erupted. Franz Ferdinand insisted on visiting the wounded, and his driver took a wrong turn, and by chance, standing on that street corner was Gabriello Princip, only 19, pale, sickly, and hungry. He pulled his pistol and fired 2 shots. Sophie fell. Franz Ferdinand collapsed, whispering her name. Within moments, the empire had no heir. At first, it seemed like a local tragedy. Another royal assassination in a violent age, but this one was different. The Austro-Hungarian government was furious. The assassin was a Bosnian Serb linked to networks that led back to Serbia itself. Vienna prepared an ultimatum meant to be rejected. Serbia scrambled to accept most of it, but not all. Austria-Hungary, backed by Germany's blank check, declared war. Russia rushed to defend Serbia. Germany declared war on Russia, then on France. To reach Paris, it invaded Belgium. Britain, bound to Belgium's neutrality, declared war on Germany. In just over a month, a handful of young men in Saro had pulled the trigger that set Europe ablaze. What began as 2 shots on a summer morning now threatened to consume the world. The July crisis to the first battles. The shots in Sarajevo had hardly faded before the great machine of empire began to grind. In Vienna, news of Archduke Franz Ferdinand's death was met first with shock, then with calculation. Court officials wept at the loss of their heir, but behind closed doors, generals and ministers whispered that perhaps the assassination could be turned into an opportunity. Serbia had long been a thorn in Austria, Hungary's side, an ambitious little kingdom feeding nationalism among the Slavs inside the empire. Now here was proof carved in blood that Serbian hands were behind the violence. The old emperor Franz Joseph, weary and aged, hesitated. But powerful voices in his government, men like Chief of Staff Konrad von Hutzenhoff, argued that Serbia must be crushed once and for all. Austria-Hungary, they said, could not survive if it allowed a small Slavic nation to murder its heir without punishment. In their eyes, the assassination was not just a crime. It was an existential threat. Yet Vienna knew it was weak. The empire was fragile. a patchwork of peoples always threatening to tear apart. If Austria moved against Serbia, Russia would almost certainly intervene, and if Russia came, Austria could not stand alone. So the Austrians turned to their ally, Germany. In early July, Austrian diplomats traveled to Berlin. Kaiser Wilhelm II, flamboyant and impulsive, listened to their case. He was horrified by the murder of his fellow monarch, but more than that, he saw a chance for Germany to prove its loyalty. On the 5th of July, he delivered what became known as the blank check, a promise that Germany would support Austria. Hungary, no matter what course it chose, even if that meant war with Russia, with Germany behind it, Vienna felt emboldened. And yet the Austrians delayed. It took weeks to prepare an ultimatum that would be harsh enough to justify war. The Foreign Office drafted each clause carefully, making demands Serbia could not possibly accept. On the 23rd of July, nearly a month after the Archduke's death, Austria delivered its note. Serbia had 48 hours to respond. The ultimatum stunned Europe. It demanded, among other things, that Austrian officials be allowed to participate in investigations inside Serbia, a direct violation of Serbian sovereignty. The Serbian government, desperate to avoid war, accepted nearly every demand. But on the critical point, they refused. To surrender their independence in such a way was impossible. Austria declared the reply unsatisfactory. On the 28th of July 1914, exactly 1 month after the shots in Sarajevo, it declared war on Serbia. The first domino fell. Russia, bound by its duty as protector of the Slavs, could not remain silent. Tsar Nicholas II agonized over the decision. He was no warmonger, but he believed abandoning Serbia would mean the end of Russia's prestige. On the 30th of July, he ordered a general mobilization of the Russian army. In the age of trains and timetables, mobilization was not a symbolic act. It was war in all but name. Germany saw Russia's mobilization as a direct threat. To Berlin, time was everything. The German war plan, known as the Schlieffen Plan, required a lightning strike against France before Russia could fully arm itself. If Germany waited too long, it risked being crushed between East and West. On the 1st of August, Germany declared war on Russia. 2 days later, it declared war on France. But to reach Paris, the German army had to cross Belgium, a small neutral kingdom whose independence was guaranteed by international treaty. On the 4th of August, German troops marched across the border. The Belgian government protested, but the German chancellor sneered that neutrality was a scrap of paper. Belgium's resistance slowed the invaders, but it could not stop them. Britain, however, could not ignore the violation. That same day, Britain declared war on Germany. In just over a week, Europe was engulfed in flames. The mood in each capital was feverish. In Berlin, crowds filled the Uneden Linden, cheering soldiers as they marched off to war. Men carried flowers in their rifle barrels, convinced they would be home by Christmas. In Paris, trains loaded with troops rolled east, soldiers waving to their families singing patriotic songs. In London, Parliament declared its support, and thousands of men rushed to enlist, swept up in a tide of patriotic fervor. Few understood that they were walking into a storm unlike any war the world had ever seen. The German army moved with precision. Millions of men organized into vast columns advanced through Belgium in late August. At the fortress city of Liege, Belgian soldiers resisted fiercely. For days the forts held out, their hidden guns hammering the invaders. The Germans brought in massive siege weapons, artillery pieces so large they had to be hauled on special railways. Shell by shell, they smashed the forts into rubble. Liege fell, but the delay was costly. The world had expected Belgium to collapse at once. Instead, the Belgians bought time for the Allies. Further west, the British Expeditionary Force, small but professional, took up positions near the town of Mons. On the 23rd of August, the first clash between British and German troops began. The British skilled riflemen fired so rapidly that the Germans thought they faced machine guns. German casualties were heavy, but numbers told the story. The British could not hold. They retreated, fighting as they fell back, but their discipline impressed both friend and foe. The Germans pressed onward. Their plan demanded speed, a great sweeping movement through Belgium into northern France, but already cracks were appearing. The Belgians had resisted, the Russians were mobilizing faster than expected, and the French, though bloodied, had not collapsed. The German timetable, so precise in the war planners' binders, was beginning to slip. By early September, the German army was within striking distance of Paris. The French capital trembled. Refugees poured into the city. Government officers packed their archives and prepared to flee. But the French army, reinforced by the British, prepared for one last desperate stand along the Marne River. The fate of France and perhaps of Europe itself now hung in the balance. The miracle of the Marne and the birth of the trenches. By the first week of September 1914, the German army had advanced like a rolling thundercloud across northern France. Entire towns had been crushed under its boots, railways seized and rivers bridged. The French army had been battered and forced into retreat after retreat. Paris itself, the jewel of France, lay only a few days' march away. For the French government, the nightmare was becoming real. Ministers packed archives and prepared to flee south. Citizens built barricades while the wealthy fled with their belongings piled high on carriages. But France was not ready to surrender. General Joseph Joffre, the French commander-in-chief, was determined to halt the German advance before Paris fell. The German plan, brilliant in conception, was beginning to unravel in execution. The right wing of their sweeping maneuver had pushed too far, stretching supply lines thin. Soldiers marched with blistered feet, hungry and exhausted, while wagons carrying food and ammunition lagged far behind. The speed demanded by the Schlieffen Plan was proving impossible to maintain in the mud and chaos of real war. On the 5th of September, Joffre saw his chance. The French army, supported by the British Expeditionary Force, turned to fight along the Marne River. It was a desperate gamble. The Germans were still strong and confident, but they were vulnerable. Their lines had overextended, leaving a gap between two advancing armies. If the Allies could strike into that gap, they could split the German front in two. The battle began with chaos. French and British forces hurled themselves at the Germans in fierce counterattacks. Entire divisions surged forward across fields and villages, their bayonets flashing in the sunday. The Germans responded with artillery and machine gun fire that tore men apart by the hundreds. Villages burned, churches collapsed under shells, and civilians fled in terror. Still, the Allies held on. In Paris, the situation was so dire that the government called on every available resource to rush men to the front. In one of the most famous moments of the war, fleets of Parisian taxis were commandeered to carry troops to the battlefield. Soldiers climbed into the back seats with their rifles and packs, riding toward the thunder of guns. To Parisians, the sight of their city's own taxis carrying defenders to the front became a symbol of national determination. The fighting raged for days. At the center of the line, French forces struck into the vulnerable gap between German armies, threatening to cut them apart. The Germans fought desperately to close the breach, but they could not hold. Exhausted, undersupplied, and suddenly aware of their danger, the German High Command ordered a retreat. The Battle of the Marne was over. For the Allies, it was a miracle, a last-minute salvation that saved Paris and perhaps France itself from defeat. For Germany, it was a crushing blow. The dream of a swift victory, of knocking France out in weeks and then turning to face Russia, was dead. The Schlieffen Plan had failed, but the victory at the Marne was only the beginning of a new kind of war. As the Germans pulled back, they dug trenches to hold their ground. The French pursued but found themselves forced to dig as well. Both sides tried to outflank the other in what became known as the Race to the Sea. Armies marched and fought, extending their trenches further and further north until the line stretched from the Swiss border to the North Sea. By late 1914, Europe was divided by a scar of mud, barbed wire, and fortified ditches hundreds of miles long. The trenches became the defining feature of World War I. Soldiers lived, fought, and died in narrow ditches filled with mud, rats, and lice. Water collected at the bottom, rotting men's feet until they swelled and blackened a condition known as trench foot. The smell of unwashed bodies, rotting corpses, and latrines filled the air. Lice-fested clothing biting and driving men half mad. Rats grew fat on the dead, bold enough to crawl over sleeping men. And yet life went on. Soldiers carved out routines in the mud. They ate tins of bully beef, wrote letters home, played cards, and tried to keep their spirits alive. Between the trenches stretched the no-man's land, a blasted wilderness of craters, barbed wire, and shattered trees. To cross it under enemy fire was almost certain death. The weapons of modern industry had made the old traditions of war obsolete. In the trenches, machine guns cut down charging infantry in minutes. Artillery pounded the earth day and night, shaking the ground like earthquakes, leaving men deaf and shattered with shell shock. Clouds of poison gas drifted over the battlefield, searing lungs and burning skin. Airplanes circled overhead. Once only scouts, now carrying bombs and mounted guns, generals on both sides had not yet grasped what trench warfare meant. Again and again they ordered frontal assaults across no man's land, believing courage and determination could overcome machine guns and wire. Again and again, men went over the top, climbing out of their trenches into a storm of bullets and shells, only to fall in waves before they reached the enemy line. Entire regiments disappeared in minutes. The war that had been expected to end by Christmas dragged into winter. Soldiers spent the holiday huddled in frozen trenches. In some places, however, a remarkable thing happened. On Christmas Eve, German and Allied soldiers sang carols across the lines. By morning, they ventured into no man's land, shook hands, exchanged gifts of chocolate and tobacco, and even played football. For a moment, the humanity buried beneath the uniforms shone through, but the generals ordered an end to such fraternization, and the war ground on. By the start of 1915, it was clear that the war had entered a new and terrible phase. The Western Front was locked in stalemate. Neither side could break the other. Millions of men faced each other across muddy ditches, waiting for orders that might send them to their deaths. Behind the lines, factories churned out shells, rifles, and man uniforms. Propaganda urged civilians to endure, to sacrifice, to believe in victory. The world had entered a war unlike any it had known, a war of trenches, attrition, and endurance. The Battle of the Marne had saved France, but it had also condemned Europe to years of slaughter. No one would be home by Christmas. No one would be untouched. The age of short, decisive wars was gone. In its place had come a conflict that would consume an entire generation. And as 1915 began, the trenches stretched further, the guns thundered louder, and the blood of millions began to seep into the soil of Europe. Verdun and the Somme, the meat grinder. By 1916, the war had already settled into a grim rhythm. On the Western Front, the trenches stretched like a scar across Europe, hundreds of miles of mud, wire, and misery. Both sides had tried to break the deadlock in 1915 with massive offensives. At Ypres, poison gas had first been unleashed. At Champagne and Artois, waves of French infantry had gone forward, only to be cut down. The British had attacked at Loos with little to show but fields littered with the dead. Every push seemed to end the same way. Tens of thousands killed or maimed for a few hundred yards of shattered ground. By the winter of 1915-16, both sides were exhausted. Millions of men huddled in trenches through the cold, their uniforms stiff with mud, their faces hollowed by hunger and fear. But in Berlin, the German High Command believed it had a new plan, one that could finally force France to its knees. General Erich von Fallenhayn, the German Chief of Staff, argued that Germany didn't need to win a sweeping victory on the battlefield. Instead, it could bleed France white if the Germans attacked a position so vital that the French would be forced to defend it at any cost. The French army would be drawn into a battle of attrition it could not survive. The place chosen for this trap was Verdun. Verdun was not just a fortress, it was a symbol, a town with deep roots in French history. Its forts guarded the road to Paris. For the French to lose Verdun would be unthinkable. Fallen believed that if Germany struck there, France would pour soldiers into the battle endlessly, sacrificing its strength until it collapsed. Germany, he thought, could grind down its enemy and break the stalemate once and for all. On the 21st of February 1916, the German attack began. For 9 hours, artillery pounded Verdun with a storm of shells unlike anything seen before. Villages, forests, and trenches were obliterated. The roar could be heard over 100 miles away. When the shelling stopped, German troops surged forward. At first, they gained ground. French positions crumbled under the sheer weight of firepower, but the French refused to yield. General Pétain took command of the defense and issued a simple order: they shall not pass. To keep Verdun supplied, the French organized a lifeline, the Sacred Way, a single road leading to the front. Day and night, convoys of trucks, wagons, and men moved along it, carrying shells, food, and reinforcements. Every few seconds, another vehicle passed. It became the artery that kept Verdun alive. The battle dragged on for months. Men fought in shattered forts, in ruined villages, and in trenches that filled with mud and blood. Shells exploded so constantly that the earth itself seemed to tremble. Poison gas drifted through the air, choking the lungs of soldiers already half mad with exhaustion. By summer, Verdun had become a nightmare. Soldiers who survived spoke of a landscape so devastated that it resembled the surface of the moon craters, blackened stumps of trees, and fields littered with bones. Both sides poured men into the furnace. By December, after 10 months of fighting, nearly 700,000 men had been killed, wounded, or gone missing at Verdun, and yet the lines had barely moved. The French had held their ground, but at a staggering cost. Germany had failed to bleed France white, but France had bled heavily all the same. While Verdun raged, the Allies prepared their own great offensive to relieve the pressure. The chosen battlefield was the valley of the Somme River in northern France. The British under General Douglas Hay would take the lead, supported by French forces. The plan was simple: smash through German defenses with a massive artillery barrage, then send waves of infantry across no man's land to occupy the ruins. On the morning of the 1st of July, 1916, the attack began. For a week beforehand, Allied guns had hammered German lines, firing more than 1 million shells. Soldiers were told that nothing could survive the bombardment. Many believed they could simply walk across the battlefield to occupy the enemy trenches, but the reality was very different. The bombardment had failed to cut the barbed wire. Many shells were duds, and the German dugouts deep in the chalky earth had protected soldiers from the worst of the fire. When the whistles blew and British soldiers climbed over the top, the Germans were waiting. On that first day alone, nearly 60,000 British soldiers were killed or wounded. It was the bloodiest day in the history of the British Army. Whole battalions were wiped out within minutes. Men mown down by machine guns before they had even crossed their own trenches. Letters home that morning never reached their families. Photographs carried in breast pockets were buried with their owners in the mud. And yet the attack continued day after day. For months, soldiers were thrown into the line. Villages were captured and lost again. Shellfire pulverized the earth until the Somme Valley became a swamp of craters. New weapons appeared here for the first time. Britain unleashed its secret invention, the tank. Huge armored beasts lumbering across the mud. They terrified German soldiers, but in 1916 they were unreliable, often breaking down before reaching the front. Still, they hinted at the future of warfare. The Battle of the Este dragged on until November. By the time it ended, more than 1 million men had been killed or wounded, and the Allies had advanced just a few miles. The Germans had held, though at a terrible price. The French had bled at Verdun. The British had bled at the Somme. Germany had bled at both. Together, Verdun and the Somme showed the world what modern war had become. It was no longer a matter of swift campaigns and glorious charges. It was a struggle of endurance fought with machines and massed firepower, where victory meant not a breakthrough but simply holding on longer than the other side. For the men in the trenches, these battles were searing memories they carried for the rest of their lives. At Verdun, French soldiers whispered the phrase hell to describe the battlefield. At the Somme, British veterans spoke of walking into a storm of lead and never forgetting the screams of the wounded left in no man's land. These names became symbols of futility, sacrifice, and endurance. The great meat grinders of 1916. When the year ended, neither side had achieved a decisive victory, but the human cost was staggering. The war had become a test of entire societies, of their ability to mobilize industry, to feed armies, to endure grief, and to keep faith that the sacrifice meant something. The trenches remained, the front unmoved, and the war unresolved. But the world now knew what it was facing, a conflict that would consume millions with no end in sight. The Eastern Front, war on a vast scale. If the trenches of France came to symbolize the Great War for many, the Eastern Front was a world apart, vaster, more fluid, and often even more devastating. It stretched for over 1,000 miles, from the Baltic Sea in the north through the Polish plains, down across the Carpathian Mountains, and into the Balkans. Here, battles were not confined to narrow strips of no man's land. Armies marched and retreated across entire provinces. Villages vanished overnight. Fields were burned, livestock seized, and millions of civilians were swept up in a storm that rolled back and forth for years. The Eastern Front was not defined by static lines, but by sweeping movements, crushing defeats, and the collapse of empires themselves. When war began in August 1914, Germany and Austria-Hungary faced the immense bulk of the Russian Empire. On paper, Russia's army looked formidable. Over 5 million men could be mobilized, with millions more in reserve. The Russian soldier, drawn mostly from peasant villages, carried the weight of an empire, but numbers hid deep flaws. Russia's industry was weak compared to Germany's. Railways were few, often just single tracks across vast distances. Many soldiers lacked basic equipment. Some went into battle without rifles, told to pick one up when a comrade fell. Ammunition was in short supply. Yet despite these problems, Russia had one advantage: size. It could raise new armies faster than its enemies could destroy them. In the first weeks of war, Russia moved faster than anyone expected. Germany had gambled on the Schlieffen Plan, which counted on Russia being slow to mobilize. But by mid-August, 2 massive Russian armies were already pushing into East Prussia. Panic swept through Germany. The heartland seemed exposed while most of its strength was driving through Belgium and France. If Russia advanced unchecked, it could march on Berlin itself. Germany rushed commanders to the east. An old general, Paul von Hindenburg, was pulled out of retirement, paired with the brilliant but temperamental staff officer Erich Ludendorff. Together they orchestrated a stunning counterstroke at Tannenberg. The Russians blundered badly. Their generals Alexander Samson and Paul von Rennenamp hated one another and barely coordinated. Orders were sent by radio in plain text, which German operators intercepted. Using Germany's efficient railway system, Hindenburg and Ludendorff shifted divisions rapidly, encircling Samsonov's army. The result was annihilation. At Tannenberg in late August 1914, entire Russian corps was surrounded and crushed. Tens of thousands were killed and more than 90,000 were captured. Samsonov, humiliated and broken, shot himself rather than report the disaster to Thesar. A week later at the Misuran Lakes, the Germans struck Renab's army and drove it back in disarray. In a matter of days, Germany had transformed a looming catastrophe into a resounding victory. Tannenberg became legend. In Berlin, Hindenburg and Ludendorff were hailed as saviors of the fatherland. The name itself was chosen for symbolism. It recalled a medieval battle in which Teutonic knights had been defeated by Slavs. And now, centuries later, Germans claimed vengeance. But while Germany celebrated, the Eastern Front was far from decided. Austria-Hungary, Germany's ally, faced its own nightmare. In Galicia, along the border with Russia, Austrian forces clashed with Russian armies in massive battles. Unlike the Germans, the Austrians lacked coordination and modern equipment. At the Battle of Gallia in September 1914, Austria-Hungary was humiliated. Its armies were driven back hundreds of miles. The Russians captured Lemberg, modern-day Lviv, and poured into the Carpathians. Within weeks, Austria had lost nearly 400,000 men killed, wounded, or captured. The empire, already fragile, seemed on the verge of collapse. For civilians, the opening campaigns were catastrophic. As armies advanced and retreated, they stripped villages bare. Russian troops burned Austrian towns suspected of harboring spies. Austrians and Germans in turn carried out reprisals against Poles, Ukrainians, and Jews accused of disloyalty. Refugees clogged the roads. Families with carts piled high, driving cattle before them, carrying what few belongings they could. Entire regions were emptied as civilians fled advancing armies or were forcibly deported by retreating ones. The winter of 1914-15 brought no relief. In the Carpathian Mountains, Austrian soldiers froze to death by the thousands. Poorly clothed and starving, they huddled in snowbound trenches, while avalanches swept away entire units. In East Prussia, Russian and German soldiers slogged through swamps and forests, often unable to bury the dead before frost claimed them. The scale of the front meant that battles consumed not only armies, but landscapes and populations. In 1915, Germany decided to seize the initiative. Recognizing that Austria-Hungary could not survive without help, German divisions were shifted east. Together, the Allies launched a massive assault at Goristano in May. It was one of the most decisive offensives of the war. German artillery, far superior to Russian guns, pulverized enemy lines. Storm troops followed, infiltrating weak points. The Russian front collapsed. Over the summer, the Central Powers advanced relentlessly. Poland was overrun. Warsaw fell. By autumn, Russian forces had retreated hundreds of miles, abandoning Galicia, Lithuania, and much of Belarus. Entire provinces were emptied. The human toll was staggering. Millions of civilians were caught in the Great Retreat. Russian authorities ordered scorched earth policies, railways torn up, crops burned, livestock slaughtered to prevent them falling into German hands. Refugees streamed eastward, Poles, Jews, Lithuanians, Ukrainians, driven by fear and hunger. Typhus and cholera spread among the displaced. In occupied areas, German authorities imposed harsh rule. Requisitions stripped villages of food. Ethnic minorities were deported, accused of treachery. By late 1915, Russia was battered but not broken. Its immense size and manpower allowed it to recover. Factories in the interior began producing more rifles and shells. A new sense of resolve swept parts of the army. And in June 1916, Russia struck back with one of the most brilliant offensives of the war, the Brusilov Offensive. General Alexei Brusilov introduced innovative tactics. Instead of hammering at one narrow front, he ordered simultaneous attacks across a wide sector using surprise and deception. Artillery bombardments were short and precise, designed to keep the enemy off balance rather than simply obliterate trenches. Russian troops advanced behind creeping barges, overwhelming Austro-Hungarian positions before reinforcements could arrive. The results were astonishing. Entire Austrian divisions surrendered. In just weeks, the Austro-Hungarian army suffered nearly 1 million casualties. Once again, the empire tottered on the edge of ruin. Germany had to rush forces from the Western Front to stabilize the line, weakening its position in France. For a brief moment, it seemed Russia had turned the tide, but success came at a terrible cost. Russian casualties were immense. Over 500,000 men lost in just a few months, and the offensive outpaced Russia's supply system. Soldiers ran short of shells, food, and even boots. By autumn, the momentum had stalled, Germany's counterattacks stiffened, and the front stabilized once more. The failure to sustain victories deepened Russia's internal crisis. On the home front, shortages grew unbearable. Cities like Petrograd and Moscow saw bread lines stretch for blocks. Fuel was scarce, trains overburdened, factories paralyzed by strikes. Soldiers at the front received little support. Many mutinied, refusing to attack or even to obey orders. The Tsar Nicholas II remained stubborn, insisting that divine will would guide Russia to victory. But his people had lost faith. By early 1917, discontent erupted into revolution. Strikes in Petrograd spread into mass protests. Soldiers refused to fire on demonstrators and instead joined them. In March, Nicholas II abdicated. 300 years of Romanov rule ended in days. A provisional government promised reform and vowed to continue the war, but its authority was shaky. The army, exhausted and disillusioned, wanted peace. That summer, the provisional government launched one final offensive, hoping to restore morale. It collapsed almost immediately, with soldiers deserting en masse. Discipline evaporated. At the front, units refused to fight. At home, power shifted to the Bolsheviks led by Vladimir Lenin, who promised peace, land, and bread. In November 1917, the Bolsheviks seized power in Petrograd. One of their first acts was to negotiate an end to the war. At Brest-Litovsk in March 1918, Russia signed a treaty with Germany that stripped it of vast territories. Finland, the Baltic states, Ukraine, and more. For Germany, it was a triumph, an empire's worth of land won without another battle. But the victory came too late. By then, Germany's own position on the Western Front was collapsing. The Eastern Front had reshaped the entire war. It consumed millions of soldiers, shattered Austria-Hungary, and toppled the Russian Tsar. It uprooted entire populations, scattering refugees across a continent. It showed how fragile great empires could be when stretched to their limits. Unlike the Western Front, where trenches held lines for years, the East was a war of movement, of massive offensives and catastrophic retreats, of victories that turned to ashes and of revolutions that destroyed centuries-old monarchies. By the war's end, the map of Eastern Europe was unrecognizable. Poland was reborn. The Baltic states declared independence, and Ukraine became a battleground for rival armies. Austria-Hungary was dissolving into fragments. Russia had plunged into civil war. What began in 1914 as a clash of empires ended in 1918 as a shattered landscape of nations, ideologies, and grief. The Eastern Front did not produce the famous names of the Marne Verdun or the Somme, but its scale was staggering. Over 8 million casualties, millions more civilians displaced, and empires broken beyond repair. It was not just another theater of the Great War. It was the crucible in which the old world order of Europe collapsed. The sick man fights back. The Ottoman Empire and Gallipoli. For centuries, the Ottoman Empire had been called the sick man of Europe. Once rulers of vast lands from the Balkans to Arabia by the early 20th century, the empire was weakened, its authority challenged both from within and without. Its army was battered by wars in the Balkans, its provinces restless, its treasury nearly bankrupt. Yet in 1914, as the world stumbled into war, the Ottomans entered the conflict and proved that the sick man still had strength left to wound. the decision was not inevitable. At the start of the war, the Ottoman leadership hesitated. Some ministers favored neutrality, others leaned toward the Allies, but Germany had long cultivated ties with the Ottoman army, sending advisors and equipment. When the German battlecruiser Goeben and light cruiser Breslau, chased by the British Mediterranean fleet, steamed into Constantinople in August 1914, they were gifted to the Ottomans, rechristened Yavuz Sultan Selim and Medili. Their arrival symbolized the new alliance. By October, Ottoman warships crewed partly by Germans bombarded Russian ports in the Black Sea. Russia declared war on the Ottomans. Britain and France followed. The empire was now bound to the Central Powers. The Ottomans fought on multiple fronts. In the Caucasus, they faced Russia in bitter mountain campaigns where cold and hunger killed more men than bullets. In Mesopotamia, British troops advanced from the Persian Gulf to secure oil fields, clashing with Ottoman forces along the Tigris. In Arabia, Arab leaders began to dream of revolt against Turkish rule. But the campaign that would become legendary was fought on a narrow peninsula jutting into the Iron, Gallipoli. The Dardanelles Strait was the empire's throat. The narrow passage that linked the Mediterranean to the Black Sea and Russia beyond. Britain and France believed that if they could seize the straits, they could knock the Ottomans out of the war, open a supply route to their Russian ally, and perhaps even march on Constantinople itself. Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, was one of the strongest advocates. The first attempt came by sea. In March 1915, Allied battleships steamed into the strait, hurling shells at Ottoman forts along the cliffs. But the straits had been mined. Ottoman gunners, guided by German advisors, poured fire from the hills. In a single day, several Allied battleships were sunk or crippled. The fleet retreated. If the Dardanelles were to be taken, it would have to be by land. On the 25th of April 1915, Allied troops landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula. The force was a mix of British, French, Australian, and New Zealand soldiers, the Anzacs. At dawn, they clambered ashore at beaches with names that would become etched in memory. Cape Helles, Anzac Cove, Sua Bay, but the landings were a nightmare. The Ottomans, commanded by officers like the young Mustafa Kemal, later Ataturk, founder of modern Turkey, were waiting. From ridges and cliffs above the beaches, they poured rifle and machine gun fire onto the invaders. Boats were riddled with bullets before they touched shore. Men drowned under the weight of their gear. Those who made it ashore dug frantically into the sand for cover. The campaign turned into a stalemate almost immediately. Just as on the Western Front, trenches were dug, barbed wire laid, and assaults met with slaughter. The peninsula was small, but its terrain was brutal. Steep ridges, ravines, and scrubland that offered little water or shelter. The heat of summer baked the men, while swarms of flies bred in latrines and corpses alike. Dysentery spread through the ranks, leaving soldiers weak and dehydrated. Water was scarce. Men drank from contaminated wells. Food arrived spoiled in the heat. The Anzacs, many of them young volunteers who had never left home before, endured months of hardship in their shallow trenches overlooking the sea. Letters home spoke of endless thirst, the stench of death, and the futility of attacks that went nowhere. "We charge and we fall," one soldier wrote, "and when we rise again we charge once more into the same wall of fire." The Ottomans fought with equal desperation. They too suffered shortages of food and medicine. Many fought barefoot or with inadequate weapons, yet their determination and the leadership of Mustafa Kemal kept them in the fight. When his troops faltered during one critical assault, Kemal famously told them, "I am not ordering you to attack. I am ordering you to die. In the time it takes us to die, others will arrive to take our place." His words stiffened the defense. The Allies tried new offensives through the summer of 1915, including landings at Sua Bay to outflank the Ottomans. But confusion, poor leadership, and fierce resistance doomed the attacks. Casualties mounted into the tens of thousands. By autumn, it was clear the campaign had failed. In December, under cover of night, the Allies began a carefully managed withdrawal. By January 1916, Gallipoli was abandoned. More than 250,000 Allied soldiers had been killed, wounded, or gone missing. The Ottomans suffered similar losses. For the Allies, it was one of the greatest disasters of the war. For the Ottomans, it was a triumph, proof that the sick man of Europe could still defend his home. Gallipoli had lasting echoes. For Australians and New Zealanders, it became a defining moment of national identity. The Anzac legend of courage, mateship, and sacrifice was born on those beaches. Each year, Anzac Day commemorates the men who fought and died there. For Turkey, Gallipoli became a symbol of resilience and rebirth, with Mustafa Kemal emerging as a national hero. But while Gallipoli burned itself into memory, other Ottoman fronts were just as bloody. In Mesopotamia, British forces advanced toward Baghdad, but were encircled at Kut in 1916, forced into a humiliating surrender. In the Caucasus, Ottoman armies froze and starved in futile winter offensives against Russia, and within the empire itself, tragedy unfolded. In 1915, fearing Armenian communities near the front might aid Russia, Ottoman authorities began mass deportations. Entire villages were forced on death marches into the Syrian desert. Starvation, exposure, and massacres killed over 1 million people. The Armenian genocide remains one of the darkest legacies of the war. By 1917 and 1918, the tide was turning against the Ottomans. In Arabia, an uprising led by Sharif Hussein of Mecca, supported by British officers like Tay Lawrence, spread across the desert. Arab forces harassed Ottoman garrisons and sabotaged railways, tying down troops already stretched thin. In Palestine, British General Edmund Allen Beebe captured Jerusalem in December 1917, a symbolic blow to Ottoman pride. By 1918, Ottoman defenses were collapsing in the Middle East. Yet for all its suffering, the Ottoman Empire had fought longer and harder than many expected. Its stand at Gallipoli delayed Allied plans, kept Russia isolated from supplies, and tied down hundreds of thousands of troops. The sick man of Europe had proved a formidable fighter, but the war also accelerated the empire's demise. By the armistice of 1918, Ottoman lands were occupied, its armies broken, its people starving. Within a few years, the empire would vanish entirely, replaced by new nations carved from its corpse. The Ottoman story in World War I is one of paradox, triumph, and disaster, pride and tragedy. It gave birth to legends, Gallipoli, Lawrence of Arabia, the rise of Ataturk, but also to horrors that scarred generations. In the broader story of the Great War, the empire's struggle reminds us that this was not merely a European conflict, it was global, drawing in peoples and lands far beyond the Western Front. War at sea, dreadnoughts, and U-boat. When people recall the Great War, they often think of mud-filled trenches and endless artillery bombardments. Yet beyond the fields of France, a different struggle was unfolding, a struggle for mastery of the seas. This maritime war was quieter at times, fought over shipping lanes and distant horizons, but its impact was immense. It determined whether armies at the front could be fed and armed, whether civilians at home could survive another winter, and whether empires built on trade would endure. The years before 1914 had seen the oceans transformed by a race in steel and firepower. For centuries, Britain's Royal Navy had ruled unchallenged. The empire's lifeblood flowed across the seas, and so its leaders clung to the principle that the Royal Navy must always be stronger than the next two fleets combined. But Kaiser Wilhelm II had other ambitions. Germany, eager to be seen as a global power, poured resources into shipyards, producing its own line of dreadnought battleships, massive floating fortresses bristling with big guns. The launching of HMS Dreadnought in 1906 by Britain had revolutionized naval warfare, making all older battleships obsolete. Germany responded with determination, setting off a furious arms race. By 1914, both navies had fleets of these leviathans, and the North Sea was braced for a clash that could decide the war in a single afternoon. When war broke out, many expected another Trafalgar, a decisive battle that would settle control of the seas. But reality proved more complex. The German high seas fleet, though powerful, remained cautious. It rarely ventured far from its fortified bases, knowing the Royal Navy could overwhelm it. Britain, meanwhile, used its naval supremacy to impose a distant blockade on Germany. Patrols swept the North Sea, cutting off supplies of food, oil, and raw materials. Neutral ships were stopped and searched, their cargoes seized if destined for German ports. The effects of the blockade were not immediate, but they were merciless. Each month the shortages grew worse. Butter and meat vanished from German tables, bread was stretched with potato flour, and eventually with sawdust. Malnutrition spread, and by the later years of the war, hunger and disease would claim more German lives than battlefield wounds. The German fleet longed to challenge the blockade, and in May 1916, it tried. In the grey waters of Denmark, the High Seas Fleet clashed with Britain's Grand Fleet in what became the largest naval battle of the war, Jutland. For 2 days, Titanic warships exchanged thunderous salvos. Shells as heavy as small cars arced through the air, smashing into steel hulls and igniting magazines. Explosions lit the sea at night like unnatural lightning. The British battlecruiser Queen Mary erupted in a fireball that killed more than 1,000 men in seconds. German ships, too, burned and bled, their crews fighting fires while water rushed into shattered compartments. When the smoke cleared, the battle was inconclusive. The British had lost more ships and more men, but their fleet remained intact and still far larger. The Germans had inflicted damage, but had failed to break the blockade. After Jutland, the High Seas Fleet retreated into its harbours, rarely daring to challenge Britain again. With surface battles proving indecisive, Germany turned to its submarines. The U-boat, short for undersea boot, became the new terror of the seas. Unlike the majestic dreadnoughts, U-boat prowled silently beneath the waves, unseen, until their periscopes surfaced. They stalked merchant ships and warships alike, striking with torpedoes that left no warning but a streak of bubbles, and then a deafening blast. For Britain, whose survival depended on imports of food and supplies, the U-boat was a mortal threat. In 1915, German submarines escalated their campaign by attacking not just military targets, but merchant shipping. The sinking of the Lusitania, a British passenger liner, shocked the world. Nearly 1,200 people were killed, including more than 100 Americans. Germany argued the ship had been carrying war supplies, but to many it seemed an act of murder on the high seas. International outrage forced Germany to limit its submarine campaign temporarily. But the lesson was clear. The U-boat could strike terror far beyond the battlefield. The struggle at sea was not just about ships and sailors, but about entire societies. Britain tightened its blockade year after year, strangling Germany's access to grain, oil, and fertilizer. German civilians endured what became known as the turnip winter of 1916 to 1917, when potatoes failed and millions were forced to survive on animal fodder. In Germany's cities, hunger bred resentment and unrest, eroding faith in the war effort. By 1917, desperation drove Germany to gamble once more. The Kaiser's government declared unrestricted submarine warfare, vowing to sink any ship, neutral or not, that approached British waters. It was a ruthless decision, one that Germany hoped would starve Britain into submission within months. U-boats spread like wolves across the Atlantic, hunting in packs, sinking hundreds of thousands of tons of shipping each month. Merchant crews faced nightmare voyages, scanning the sea for the telltale wake of a torpedo. Lifeboats overturned in icy waters, leaving sailors to drown or freeze. For Britain, the crisis was existential. Food stocks dwindled. By the spring of 1917, it seemed possible the nation might be starved into surrender. But the Allies adapted. They introduced the convoy system, grouping merchant ships together under the protection of destroyers and armed trawlers. Aircraft patrolled from coastal bases, spotting submarines from the air. New technologies, like depth charges, gave ships the means to fight back. Slowly, losses declined. The convoy system became one of the quiet triumphs of the war, a simple yet decisive change that blunted the U-boat menace. The war at sea was not confined to Europe. In the Mediterranean, the Adriatic, and even off the coast of Africa, ships hunted and sank one another. Japan, honoring its alliance with Britain, seized German colonies in the Pacific and secured vital sea lanes. The oceans were a global battleground, tying colonies and empires to the fate of Europe. By 1918, the naval struggle had reached its climax. Germany's unrestricted submarine warfare had failed to bring Britain to its knees. Worse, it had provoked the United States into joining the war after repeated attacks on American ships. The Royal Navy's blockade continued to squeeze Germany, its people gaunt and weary. In October 1918, as revolution spread across Germany, sailors in Kiel mutinied, rather than sail out for a final, hopeless confrontation with the British fleet. Their refusal to die in a futile gesture helped ignite the broader uprising that toppled the Kaiser. The war at sea, fought in shadows and silence, had played a crucial role in breaking the Central Powers. Looking back, the naval war from 1914 to 1918 was unlike the grand battles many had imagined. There was no single Trafalgar to decide it all, no final clash of fleets. Instead, it was a grinding campaign of endurance, blockade, and innovation. Dreadnoughts had loomed but seldom fired. Instead, the silent hunters beneath the waves had carried the deadliest sting. Hunger and deprivation did what shells could not, sapping the strength of nations from within. And though it unfolded far from the trenches, the war at sea shaped the lives of millions, proving once again that in modern war, no battlefield stands alone. War in the skies, aces and zeppelins. The First World War is often remembered as a war of mud and trenches, of barbed wire and artillery fire that shook the earth. Yet above that devastated landscape, another battlefield emerged, one that no generation before had ever seen. The war in the skies between 1914 to 1918 was fought in fragile wood and canvas machines, where pilots braved the wind, the cold, and the terrifying new art of aerial combat. At first dismissed as little more than scouts in the sky, airplanes quickly became tools of destruction and symbols of heroism. Alongside them, massive zeppelins drifted across night skies, bringing war directly to the civilians below. For the first time, the heavens themselves were a theater of war. When the conflict began in August 1914, military aviation was still in its infancy. The Wright brothers had flown only a decade earlier, and most generals viewed aircraft as curiosities rather than weapons. The first planes that took to the air were unarmed, used simply to observe enemy troop movements. Pilots carried notebooks, cameras, and sometimes pistols or bricks to drop on enemy positions. But even in those early months, commanders realized the potential of controlling the skies. A plane could see far beyond the trenches, spotting enemy buildups or guiding an artillery fire. The war would ensure that aviation developed faster in 4 years than it might have in decades of peacetime. By 1915, planes were no longer just scouts. Engineers began mounting machine guns, but the challenge was obvious. How could a pilot fire through the propeller without destroying his own aircraft? The answer came with the invention of the interrupter gear, a clever mechanism that synchronized the firing of the gun with the spinning blades. Suddenly, planes could shoot straight ahead, turning them into deadly hunters. The era of the fighter ace had begun. Dogfights quickly captured the imagination. Pilots, unlike the millions of anonymous soldiers in the trenches, became individuals whose names were known and celebrated. They were knights of the air, their jewels watched by men below who craned their necks at the distant buzzing specks. In France, Georges Grinmer became a national hero before being shot down in 1917. In Germany, Oswald Balker laid down the first formal rules of aerial combat, training a generation of fighters who followed him. And then there was Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, whose scarlet-painted plane became a symbol of fear and admiration alike. With 80 confirmed kills, Richthofen was the deadliest ace of the war, his legend growing until his death in April 1918 for many soldiers trapped in trenches. Reading about these men offered a rare glimpse of glory amid despair. But the skies were not just about one-on-one duels. Bombing became another grim innovation. Early attempts were crude, with pilots leaning out of cockpits to drop grenades or small bombs by hand. Soon, specialized bombers were built capable of carrying heavier loads deep into enemy territory. Though these raids were often inaccurate, they introduced a chilling reality. The front lines no longer contained the war. Cities, factories, and railways far behind the trenches were suddenly vulnerable. Even more terrifying to civilians were the German Zeppelins. These enormous airships, longer than a football field, floated silently over Britain's towns and cities in the dark of night. Their engines hummed above the clouds, barely heard until bombs began to fall. In London, children huddled under beds while searchlights swept the sky, trying to catch the outline of a drifting giant. Anti-aircraft guns barked, tracer rounds arced upward, and panicked crowds ran through the streets. The damage inflicted by Zeppelins was often limited compared to artillery barges at the front, but the psychological effect was immense. For the first time, ordinary civilians felt the war rain down from the sky. The British responded with fighter patrols and improved anti-aircraft defenses. Zeppelins, vulnerable to incendiary bullets, began to fall in flaming wrecks, crashing spectacularly into fields and villages. By 1917, the era of the Zeppelin raid was fading, replaced by faster, more effective bombers, but their impact on the civilian psyche had already changed warfare forever. No longer were cities safe simply because they lay far from the front. The technology of flight advanced at a staggering pace between 1914 and 1918. Planes that once struggled to climb above a few thousand feet now soared at altitudes unthinkable before. Engines became more powerful, designs more stable, and weapons more deadly. Squadrons formed with dozens of aircraft sweeping across the skies in coordinated missions. Aerial reconnaissance guided every major offensive from Verdun to the Somme. Balloon observers tethered over the front became vital eyes in the sky, though they were also prime targets, often going up in flames when attacked by fighters. For pilots, the experience was unlike anything soldiers on the ground endured. Flying was dangerous even without enemy fire. Engines failed. Wings snapped under stress, and landing strips were little more than rough fields. Many new pilots died during training before they ever faced an opponent. Those who survived spoke of the constant cold at high altitude, of frost forming on goggles, of the terrifying spin of a damaged aircraft falling from the sky. Yet they also described a sense of freedom and escape from the mud and squalor below, even if only for a brief, perilous flight. The romance of the ace masked the grim reality that air combat was brutally short-lived. Few pilots survived long enough to become veterans. Life expectancy at the front for a new flyer was measured in weeks. Richthofen himself, the most feared ace of all, was eventually shot down. His death mourned even by his enemies, who buried him with full honors. The cult of the ace, celebrated in newspapers and postcards, provided morale at home, but did little to change the relentless attrition of the skies. By 1918, aircraft had become essential to modern warfare. They were no longer just scouts or novelties, but an integrated arm of the military. Fighters patrolled skies to clear the way for bombers. Bombers struck rail junctions, depots, and enemy trenches. Reconnaissance planes mapped every inch of the battlefield. Air power could not win the war on its own, but without it, no major campaign could succeed. The war in the skies from 1914 to 1918 also revealed a new truth. The distinction between soldier and civilian was breaking down. When bombs fell on London, Paris, or Freiburg, it was no longer just armies that bore the brunt of war. Ordinary people became targets, their lives and homes vulnerable to forces they could not even see. This was a foreshadowing of wars to come, when cities would become central battlefields, and aerial bombardment would bring devastation on a scale unimaginable in 1918. For the men who flew, the war left lasting scars. Many returned with shattered nerves, haunted by crashes, flames, and the screams of comrades falling from the sky. Yet some also carried with them a sense of having glimpsed the future. Aviation would not vanish with the armistice. It had proved itself too vital, too promising, and too dangerous to ignore. Nations poured resources into developing air forces, ensuring that the lessons learned between 1914 and 1918 would shape every conflict that followed. The skies of the Great War were not filled with romantic duels alone. They were filled with terror, innovation, and transformation. From the fragile biplanes of 1914 to the coordinated air fleets of 1918, the war in the skies changed the very nature of conflict. It gave the world heroes, but it also gave it nightmares. Visions of cities burning from above, of silent engines in the night, of freedom turned into destruction. Beyond Europe, global war. Although most of the blood of the First World War was spilled along the western and eastern fronts, the conflict was never confined to the mud of France or the plains of Poland. Between 1914 to 1918, the war spread across continents and oceans, touching lands that had once seemed distant from European rivalries. From the deserts of the Middle East to the jungles of Africa, from the mountains of East Asia to the islands of the Pacific, men fought, bled, and died in battles far from the gaze of European capitals. The war was not only the first modern war, it was the first truly global war. The global nature of the conflict began with empire. Britain, France, and Germany ruled vast colonial domains stretching across Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. When war broke out, these colonies were not just spectators. They were drawn in as sources of manpower, resources, and strategic territory. For millions of people across the world, the First World War was not their war of choice, but it became their burden all the same. In Africa, the war was brutal, sprawling, and often forgotten. The continent was divided among colonial powers, and their rivalries spilled into African soil. In German, East Africa, modern-day Tanzania, one of the longest and most remarkable campaigns of the entire war unfolded. The German commander, General Paul von Vorbeck, waged a guerrilla war that tied down tens of thousands of Allied troops for 4 years. With only a small force of German officers and several thousand African askaris, Leto Vorbeck avoided defeat again and again. He raided supply lines, ambushed patrols, and melted back into the bush. The campaign became a war of endurance fought in sweltering heat and deadly terrain. Malaria, dysentery, and hunger claimed more lives than bullets. African civilians bore the heaviest suffering, with villages stripped of food, laborers forced into portering, and entire communities uprooted. Elsewhere in Africa, Allied forces seized Germany's other colonies. In West Africa, Togoland and Cameroon fell after months of hard fighting. In the southwest, South African troops invaded German Southwest Africa, today's Namibia. For the Allies, these victories were not only about denying Germany resources, but also about extending their own imperial dominance. For many Africans, it meant more years of hardship under colonial rule. In the Middle East, the war reshaped the entire region. The Ottoman Empire, allied with Germany and Austria-Hungary, defended its ancient lands with determination. Yet, it faced pressure on multiple fronts. In Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, British forces advanced from the Persian Gulf, seeking to secure vital oil supplies. At first, the campaign went disastrously for the British. In 1916, an entire division was trapped at Kut al-Amara and forced to surrender after months of siege, a humiliation that echoed across the empire. But Britain reinforced, learned from its mistakes, and by 1917 pushed forward to capture Baghdad. Meanwhile, in Palestine, British and Australian troops fought a grinding campaign against Ottoman defenders. The harsh desert climate tested every man, and water was as valuable as bullets. Yet here, too, the Allies pressed forward. In December 1917, after months of bitter fighting, British General Edmund Allenby entered Jerusalem, a symbolic victory that was hailed in London as proof that the Holy Land had been secured. The Middle East was also the stage for the Arab Revolt, promised independence by British diplomats. Arab leaders rose against Ottoman rule in 1916 with the support of figures like Sharif Hussein of Mecca and his sons. Tribes took up arms, striking railways and garrisons. The revolt was aided by British gold weapons and the guidance of officers such as Lawrence, who became immortalized as Lawrence of Arabia. For Arabs, the revolt carried dreams of freedom. But after the war, many of those promises would be broken as Britain and France carved the region into mandates. Still, the revolt weakened the Ottomans and demonstrated that the war was never just European. It was reshaping the destiny of peoples across continents. In Asia and the Pacific, the war opened new theaters as well. Japan, bound by an alliance with Britain, declared war on Germany in 1914. Its navy swiftly seized German possessions in China and the Pacific. At Qingdao on the Chinese coast, Japanese forces besieged a German garrison, eventually forcing its surrender. Across the Pacific, German islands were captured with relative ease, later becoming stepping stones for Japan's growing influence in the region. For Japan, the war was an opportunity to expand its power and assert itself as a rising global force. India, the jewel of the British Empire, contributed massively to the Allied cause. Over 1 million Indian soldiers served overseas, fighting in France, the Middle East, and Africa. They endured the freezing mud of Flanders, the scorching deserts of Mesopotamia, and the long marches of East Africa. Thousands never returned home. At the same time, India supplied grain, cotton, and money, sustaining Britain's war machine. Yet while Indian troops fought for the empire, political leaders at home pressed for reforms and greater autonomy, planting seeds of change that would bear fruit in the decades after the war from Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. Dominion sent volunteers across the seas to fight under the Union Jack. At Gallipoli, the sacrifice of Australians and New Zealanders forged the Anzac legend, a moment that became central to their national identities. In France, the Canadian soldiers distinguished themselves at battles like Vimy Ridge, where their coordinated assault in 1917 brought a hard-fought victory. For these Dominions, the war was both a tragedy and a turning point, a bloody path toward nationhood and recognition. The Caribbean and West Indies also contributed. Men from Jamaica, Trinidad, and Barbados joined the British West Indies Regiment, serving in the Middle East and Africa. They dug trenches, transported supplies, and fought in bitter campaigns. Often treated unequally by white officers, they nonetheless bore the same burdens and casualties. Even China played a role. Though officially neutral at first, tens of thousands of Chinese laborers were recruited by the Allies to work behind the lines in France. Known as the Chinese Labor Corps, they dug trenches, repaired roads, and hauled supplies. Their work freed soldiers for combat, yet their story has often been overlooked. For them, the war was endured not with rifles but with shovels under shell fire and in foreign lands. South America, too, felt the war's reach. Brazil eventually entered on the Allied side in 1917, sending warships to patrol the Atlantic. Other nations supplied foodstuffs and raw materials. As the global economy became entangled in the conflict, the First World War from 1914 to 1918 was in every sense a global event. While the Western Front dominated headlines, the blood spilled in Africa, the deserts of Arabia, the fields of Mesopotamia, and the islands of the Pacific showed that no corner of the world was untouched. For many colonized peoples, the war was fought for empires not their own. Yet it also awakened demands for independence, rights, and recognition. The sacrifices made in foreign trenches and deserts planted seeds of change that would challenge colonial rule in the years ahead. By the time the guns fell silent in November 1918, millions of men from outside Europe had served in the war. Some returned to lands still under the shadow of empire, their contributions barely acknowledged. Others came home with new ideas of self-determination, inspired by the blood they had shed and the promises they had been given. The war had not only redrawn maps in Europe, it had shaken the foundations of empires worldwide. The Great War was fought in the skies above London, in the mud of Flanders, in the fields of Poland, but also in the deserts of Arabia, the jungles of Africa, the harbors of China, and the islands of the Pacific. It was the first time humanity had waged war on such a scale, the first time distant peoples were bound together in a single global catastrophe, and in that binding, the world was changed forever. Italy enters the Mountain War. When the First World War erupted in August 1914, Italy's role seemed uncertain. Bound by treaty to Germany and Austria-Hungary in the Triple Alliance, many assumed it would join the Central Powers. But Italy's leaders hesitated. Though tied on paper, Italy had long been uneasy about its alliance. Old rivalries with Austria-Hungary over territory along their border simmered beneath the surface. Italians dreamed of Italia Irredenta, the unredeemed lands of South Tyrol, Trentino, and the Dalmatian coast. Regions still under Austrian rule, but claimed as rightfully Italian. When war broke out, Italy declared neutrality, insisting that the alliance was defensive and Austria had been the aggressor. For 9 months, Italian diplomats weighed their options, bargaining with both sides. Austria-Hungary offered vague promises of concessions if Italy joined them. The Allies offered far more. In secret talks that produced the Treaty of London in April 1915, Britain and France promised Italy not only South Tyrol and Trentino but also Istria, parts of Dalmatia, and even territory in Anatolia if the Allies won. It was an offer Italy could not resist. On the 23rd of May 1915, Italy declared war on Austria-Hungary. The Italian government spoke of honor, of completing national unity, of standing with the civilization against tyranny. But for ordinary Italians, many of them peasants, suddenly called to the colors, it meant marching north into mountains where death waited among the peaks. The Italian front quickly became one of the most unique and brutal theaters of the entire war. Unlike the plains of France or the steppes of Russia, this was a war fought in the high Alps, where jagged cliffs, glaciers, and snowfields became battlefields. Soldiers hauled artillery up steep mountain paths, dug trenches into frozen rock, and lived in caves carved into the sides of cliffs. Winter was as deadly an enemy as the Austro-Hungarian army. Men froze to death in their dugouts. Avalanches triggered by artillery fire or sheer misfortune buried whole companies alive. The Italian commander, General Luigi Cadorna, believed in relentless offense. Again and again he hurled his armies across the Asanso River, which ran along the border with Austria-Hungary. Between 1915 and 1917, there would be no fewer than 11 battles of the Ionzo, each one a bloody attempt to break through the Austro-Hungarian lines. Italian troops charged up rocky slopes, attacking fortified positions on mountains like Monte San Michele and Monte Sabatino. Every assault ended the same way. Thousands of casualties, a few hundred yards gained or lost, and the front settling back into stalemate. For the Austro-Hungarian soldiers defending their empire, the war in the mountains was equally horrific. They clung to positions on cliffs and peaks, reinforcing them with wire, bunkers, and machine guns. Supplies had to be dragged up by mule or by hand. Snow and ice made movement treacherous. Yet their stubborn defense held back wave after wave of Italian attacks. Often artillery jewels thundered across the valleys, shells smashing into peaks and sending avalanches cascading onto friend and foe alike. The toll on human life was staggering. Italian soldiers, often poorly supplied, went into battle in thin uniforms, lacking proper mountain gear. Frostbite, disease, and exhaustion claimed nearly as many men as bullets. Letters home spoke of endless hunger, of sleeping in frozen trenches, of carrying comrades' bodies down icy slopes. Yet despite the suffering, discipline was harsh. General Cadorna was notorious for his severity, ordering executions for desertion and even for units that retreated without orders. Morale suffered terribly, but the attacks continued. In 1916, Austria-Hungary launched its own offensive, striking into the Trentino in what became known as the Strafe Expedition or Punitive Expedition. For a time, it threatened to break the Italian lines and roll down into the plains, but Italian resistance stiffened and the offensive bogged down. The front stabilized once more, a frozen stalemate stretching across peaks and valleys. By 1917, the strain on Italy was immense. The endless ESO battles had drained manpower and morale. Then in October, disaster struck. At the Battle of Caparto, German reinforcements joined the Austro-Hungarian army in a massive assault. Using new infiltration tactics, stormtroopers punched through weak points in the Italian lines. Poison gas blanketed the valleys. Entire Italian units collapsed, retreating in confusion. Within days, the Italian army was in full retreat, falling back over 60 meters. Hundreds of thousands were captured, tens of thousands more deserted. It was one of the worst defeats suffered by any army in the war. Italy seemed on the brink of collapse. Panic spread in Rome, but the Allies rushed to support their partner. British and French divisions were sent to bolster the Italian front. A new commander, General Armando Diaz, replaced Cadorna. Diaz restored discipline more through care than terror, improving rations, easing punishments, and rebuilding morale. The Italians dug in along the Piave River, where they held firm. The war in the mountains dragged on into 1918. Both sides were exhausted. Their armies bled white. Then in October 1918, the Italians launched one final offensive, the Battle of Vittorio Veneto. This time, the Austro-Hungarian army, already crumbling from ethnic divisions and desertions, could not withstand the blow. The Italians advanced decisively, capturing tens of thousands of prisoners. For Austria-Hungary, the battle was the last gasp. Its empire was already dissolving. For Italy, Vittorio Veneto became a symbol of victory, though the cost of reaching it had been catastrophic. By the end of the war in November 1918, Italy had lost over 600,000 men with more than 1 million wounded. The mountain front had devoured entire generations of young Italians. Villages across the country mourned their sons, their names etched into memorials. The land Italy had sought was won, but at a terrible price. And in the years that followed, bitterness grew. Promises made in the Treaty of London were not fully kept. Italy gained South Tyrol, Trentino, and Istria, but Dalmatia and Anatolia slipped away. Nationalists called it a mutilated victory, a grievance that would shape Italian politics in the troubled decades ahead. The war in the Alps and along the Ionzo was unlike any other in history. It was not the vast open battles of the Eastern Front, nor the endless trenches of the West. It was a war of stone and snow, of avalanches and ice, of men clinging to life in caves high above the clouds. It showed the extremes to which modern war could be carried, where nature itself became a weapon, and the elements claimed as many victims as the enemy. Italy entered the war with dreams of glory and unity. What it found in the mountains was suffering, sacrifice, and a bitter lesson in the true cost of war. Total war, the home front. The First World War was not only fought on the battlefields of Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. It was also fought in kitchens, in factories, in classrooms, and in the daily lives of millions of ordinary people. From 1914 to 1918, every nation at war was transformed into a war machine. Soldiers fought with rifles and shells, but civilians fought with labor, endurance, and sacrifice. This was the birth of the concept historians would later call total war, a war in which entire societies, not just armies, were mobilized for the struggle. When the guns first roared in 1914, many civilians cheered, flags waved, crowds filled city squares, and trains left stations packed with young men heading for the front. They believed it would be a short, glorious war over by Christmas. Yet, as the months dragged on, the reality set in. The war was not short, and it was not confined to the trenches. It reached into every home, every meal, every breath. Governments quickly realized that victory would depend on more than generals and soldiers. Industry had to be harnessed. In Britain, factories that once built locomotives now turned out artillery shells. Women poured into the munitions plants, their skin sometimes turning yellow from exposure to TNT, earning them the nickname Canary Girls. In Germany, chemical plants produced not just dyes and fertilizers, but poison gas and explosives. In France, workshops near Paris churned out uniforms, boots, and rifles, often within earshot of the guns at the front. The war consumed staggering amounts of resources. Artillery barges that lasted days required millions of shells. Machine guns devoured belts of ammunition every hour. Armies demanded endless trains of food, fuel, and equipment. To meet this demand, governments expanded control over economies. Prices were fixed, industries were directed, and rationing systems introduced. In Britain, sugar, butter, and later meat were rationed, with families queuing for hours to receive small portions. In Germany, the blockade imposed by the Royal Navy cut off vital imports. By 1916 to 1917, German civilians endured what became known as the turnip winter, when potato crops failed and people were forced to survive on animal fodder. Malnutrition spread, leaving children stunted and families weakened. Civilians were not just asked to endure shortages. They were asked to endure grief. Almost every family had someone at the front. Letters arrived bearing news of fathers, brothers, or sons killed in distant battles. The sight of women dressed in black became common in every town. Cemeteries filled, and yet the war continued in villages and cities alike. People tried to carry on with daily routines while living with the constant shadow of loss. Governments worked hard to maintain morale. Propaganda became a powerful tool, shaping how people understood the war. Posters showed heroic soldiers charging into battle, urging men to enlist and women to support them. In Britain, Lord Kitchener's stern finger pointed from recruiting posters, "Your country needs you." In France, images depicted soldiers defending hearth and home, while in Germany, posters warned of enemies at the gates. Newspapers, tightly censored, carried tales of victories but rarely of defeats. Films, still a relatively new medium, were used to rally support and portray the enemy as brutal and universalized. Children too became part of the war effort. In schools, lessons focused on patriotism. Young boys collected scrap metal for munitions or helped in fields while fathers were away. Girls joined organizations that knitted socks, rolled bandages, and raised funds for the Red Cross. Playgrounds echoed with war games as children imitated the battles their older brothers were fighting. The war seeped into every corner of childhood, leaving a generation deeply marked by its memory. The role of women changed profoundly during the war years. With millions of men at the front, women took up jobs once considered exclusively male. They worked in armaments factories, drove trams, served as nurses, and even joined auxiliary branches of the military in support roles. In Britain, the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps was created, and in Russia, some women even volunteered for combat in all-female battalions. These changes were not just temporary adjustments, they challenged traditional ideas of gender. When the war ended, many governments granted women the right to vote in recognition of their contribution. The suffrage movement, already gaining momentum before 1914, found its cause strengthened by the sacrifices made on the home front, but total war also bred suspicion and division. In many countries, minorities were targeted as potential traitors. In Britain, German-owned businesses were attacked, and even darksmen were killed in the streets. In the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Slavic populations were eyed with distrust. Accused of sympathizing with Russia, the Ottoman Empire, fearing Armenian communities might aid the Russians, carried out mass deportations and killings, resulting in one of the greatest tragedies of the war. Censorship kept much of the worst news from reaching civilians, but rumors spread quickly. Soldiers on leave told grim stories that contradicted the upbeat headlines. Strikes and protests erupted in factories, especially as shortages grew. In Petrograd, food riots helped spark the Russian Revolution in 1917. In Germany, anger over hunger and hardship fueled unrest that would explode into revolution by 1918. The home front was not just a place of endurance. It was a place where the fate of nations was decided. Religion and culture also bore the weight of war. Churches prayed for victory, but they also struggled to comfort families who asked why God would allow such suffering. Writers and poets captured the mood from patriotic verse in the early years to bitter disillusionment later. Songs were written both to cheer and to lament. The arts reflected the totality of the conflict, showing that war was not confined to trenches, but lived in every thought and every prayer. By 1918, civilians had endured 4 years of sacrifice, and they were thinner, wearier, and more cynical than they had been in 1914. Many had lost faith in governments that promised quick victory but delivered only endless grief. Yet their contribution had been decisive. Without the labor of women in factories and the discipline of workers in shipyards, the endurance of families making do with scraps, and the morale sustained through propaganda and faith, the armies could not have kept fighting. The home front was in truth another front in the war, one where victory was measured not in miles gained but in survival itself. When the armistice finally came in November 1918, civilians celebrated in the streets. Flags waved, bells rang, and crowds cheered. Yet beneath the joy lay exhaustion and sorrow. Millions of families grieved their dead. Millions more faced poverty and hunger as economies struggled to recover. The war had changed societies forever. Women had stepped into roles once denied them. Governments had assumed new powers over industry and daily life. Civilians had learned that in modern war no one was truly safe, and no one could remain untouched. The concept of total war born between 1914 and 1918 would shape the 20th century. It showed that in the industrial age, war was no longer confined to soldiers. It consumed entire nations, reshaping societies, economies, and cultures. For those who lived through it, the memory of ration lines, propaganda posters, empty chairs at the table, and endless sacrifice would never fade. The war had been fought in the mud of the trenches. Yes, but it had also been fought in the kitchens, in the factories, and in the hearts of the people left behind. Verdun, the furnace of France. By 1916, the First World War had already dragged on longer than anyone expected. What many had thought would end in a matter of months had now consumed a year and a half, with neither side breaking the deadlock. Along the Western Front, from the North Sea to the Swiss border, trenches stretched in an unbroken scar across the earth. Generals searched desperately for a way to break the stalemate. It was in this search that Germany's high command set its sights on a small French city whose name would become forever seared into history. Verdun. The German plan was conceived by General Erich von Fallen, chief of the German General Staff. He believed Germany could not easily defeat Britain, which commanded the seas, nor Russia with its vast manpower. Instead, he targeted France, hoping to bleed it white in a single colossal battle. His reasoning was cold. Rather than seeking to conquer territory outright, he aimed to draw the French army into a trap, forcing it to defend a place of national pride at all costs, then destroying it through sheer attrition. Verdun, he believed, was the perfect bait. Verdun lay on the River Meuse in northeastern France. It was surrounded by a ring of forts built after France's defeat in the Franco-Russian War of 1870. Though some forts had been partially disarmed in the years before 1914, the city still symbolized French resilience. It was more than a fortress. It was a reminder of humiliation, a pledge that France would never again bow to German aggression. Falkenhayn counted on that symbolism. If Germany struck Verdun, he believed the French would be compelled to defend it with everything they had. On the 21st of February 1916, the German attack began. For 9 hours, nearly 1,200 artillery pieces poured shells into French positions. Entire hillsides erupted as forests were shredded into splinters, villages pulverized into rubble, and trenches swallowed by explosions. French soldiers who survived the bombardment stumbled out of their shelters, half deaf, dazed, and terrified. Then came the infantry, advancing through the smoke and snow. The opening assaults overwhelmed the French outer defenses. Fort Dumont, one of Verdun's strongest positions, fell almost without a fight on the 25th of February. Its small garrison, ill-prepared for the scale of the attack, was swept aside. The loss shocked France. Verdun, long considered impregnable, seemed on the brink of collapse. Rumors spread through Paris that the city might fall, and with it French morale. At that moment, a new figure emerged to rally the defense. General Philippe Patard, appointed to command the Verdun sector. Pan reorganized the front with calm determination. He improved communications, coordinated artillery, and above all, established a lifeline to keep the city supplied. This lifeline became known as the Voie Sacrée, the Sacred Way, a single road leading from Bar-le-Duc to Verdun. It carried endless columns of trucks, wagons, and soldiers. Day and night, the Sacred Way throbbed with movement, dust, and mud churning under countless wheels. Every week, tens of thousands of French soldiers rotated through Verdun along this road. Nearly 3/4 of the French army would serve there at some point during the battle. The fighting quickly descended into a nightmare of attrition. Hills and ridges around Verdun-Mortem Côte 304. Fort Vaux became battlegrounds fought over inch by inch. Artillery dominated everything. Shells churned the earth into a lunar landscape of craters. Poison gas seeped into trenches, clinging to low ground and suffocating men in dugouts. Soldiers lived under constant bombardment, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. They wrote of the ceaseless roar of guns, of the stench of unburied bodies, of the mud mixed with blood that clung to everything. Fort Vaux became one of the most desperate episodes. In June, German troops stormed the fort, fighting room by room in choking darkness. French defenders, cut off from water, drank from puddles on the floor as gas seeped through the corridors. After days of resistance, they surrendered not for lack of courage, but because they could endure no more. Their stand became legendary in France, a symbol of defiance even in defeat. Yet the French did not break. Payne's strategy was one of stubborn defense. He did not seek glory through counterattacks, but focused on holding the line, matching German fire with French fire, and relying on the Sacred Way to sustain his army. German casualties mounted as heavily as French, Falkenhayn's plan to bleed France white turned into a double-edged sword. Germany too was bleeding. By summer, the battle consumed entire armies. On some days, over 2,000 men fell for every mile of ground gained or lost. The phrase "Ils ne passeront pas," they shall not pass, became the rallying cry of Verdun. French soldiers known as pilots for their rugged endurance clung to their positions with a grim determination that astonished even their enemies. The human cost was staggering. Soldiers described Verdun as an inferno, a furnace that devoured men. One wrote, "Those who have not seen Verdun will never know what War Island." Another called it a cemetery without crosses. By the autumn of 1916, the tide began to turn. German resources were increasingly diverted to the SO, where the Allies launched their own offensive. French counterattacks gradually regained lost ground. In October, Fort Douaumont was recaptured. In November, Fort Vaux was retaken. By December, the battle had effectively ended. Verdun had held. The price, however, was beyond comprehension. In 10 months of fighting, French casualties reached around 400,000. German casualties were nearly as high, around 350,000. Combined, over 700,000 men were killed, wounded, or went missing fighting over a strip of land barely a few miles wide. Villages around Verdun were obliterated, never rebuilt, their ruins left as silent memorials. For France, Verdun became sacred. It was proof that the nation could endure anything, that its army, however battered, would not yield. It forged a sense of unity and sacrifice that carried France through the rest of the war. Yet it also left deep scars. Entire regiments were destroyed. Survivors carried psychological wounds that never healed. Verdun became a symbol of endurance, but also of the futility of industrial war. For Germany, Verdun was a costly failure. Falkenhayn's plan had backfired. Instead of bleeding France to death, Germany had exhausted itself in a battle of attrition that gained little. Falkenhayn was dismissed, replaced by Hindenburg and Ludendorff, who would steer German strategy for the rest of the war. Verdun revealed that even brilliant plans could founder against the sheer endurance of men and the brutal mathematics of attrition. Looking back, Verdun stands as one of the defining battles of the First World War. It was not decisive in the sense of shifting front lines or collapsing empires. Its significance was psychological and symbolic. For the French, Vannes meant survival at any cost, the refusal to surrender. For the Germans, there was a grim reminder that even carefully crafted strategies could become bottomless pits of blood. From 1914 to 1918, many battles scarred the Western Front, but none burned itself into memory quite like Verdun. It was not just a place on a map. It was a crucible, a furnace in which the will of nations was tested and millions of lives were consumed. To this day, the word "done" conjures the image of endless sacrifice, of men swallowed by fire, and of a war that seemed to have no limits. Blood on the river. By 1916, the war had become a grinding stalemate. Verdun was consuming French strength at an unbearable rate, and Germany seemed determined to keep the French army locked in that furnace until it broke. Britain, still relatively new to the war, recognized that it had to relieve the pressure on its ally. A great offensive was planned along the River Somme in northern France. An attack that would combine British and French forces in a massive blow meant to break through the German lines. What followed, however, became one of the bloodiest tragedies in human history. The Somme offensive was not chosen because the ground was ideal. It was chosen because the French bled at Verdun, needed relief. British commanders under General Sir Douglas Hay wanted to prove that Britain's new army, composed of volunteers who had answered the call in 1914 and 1915, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the professional armies of Europe. The plan was ambitious. An artillery bombardment lasting a week would pulverize German defenses, destroying barbed wire, smashing trenches, and leaving little resistance. Then waves of infantry would advance, occupy the ruins, and break through into open country. It was a textbook plan, clean on paper, but reality would be anything but clean. On the 24th of June, 1916, the British guns opened fire. For 7 days, the thunder of artillery shook the earth. Over 1.5 million shells were fired, a bombardment so immense that men in London, hundreds of miles away, claimed to hear the faint rumble. British soldiers waiting in their trenches were certain that nothing could survive such a storm of steel. One young private wrote confidently, "The Hun will be wiped off the face of the earth," but the Germans were not wiped out. Their defenses, carefully dug into deep bunkers of concrete and steel, endured. Many shells were faulty, failing to explode. The barbed wire meant to be shredded often remained intact. On the morning of the 1st of July, 1916, at 7:30 a.m., the whistles blew. Tens of thousands of British soldiers clambered out of their trenches and advanced across no man's land. They moved in long lines as instructed, loaded with rifles, packs, and shovels, stepping into the smoke and dust. The plan assumed the Germans were shattered. They were not. From their bunkers, German machine gunners emerged and set up their weapons. Within minutes, the battlefield was swept by a storm of bullets. The result was catastrophic. Entire battalions were cut down before they reached the German wire. Men fell in heaps, tangled in barbed wire, mown down as they tried to crawl forward. Officers who stood to wave their men onward were killed in seconds. In some places, shells had churned the ground into a morass of mud and craters, slowing the advance and leaving soldiers exposed. By the end of that first day, nearly 60,000 British soldiers had become the casualties, killed, wounded, or missing. Of these, over 19,000 were dead. It was the bloodiest day in the history of the British Army. Whole communities in Britain mourned together. PAL's battalions made up of men from the same towns or factories who had enlisted together were obliterated. In northern England, Scotland, and Ireland, women wept as telegrams flooded their homes, yet the offensive did not stop. Hay and his commanders pressed on. The battle dragged through July, August, September, and into November. Day after day, week after week, British and French soldiers attacked German lines along the SO. The Germans defended tenaciously using machine guns, artillery, and counterattacks to inflict maximum casualties. Villages like Thiepval, Long, and Conterson became names etched in blood, fought over at staggering cost. The battle saw the first use of tanks in history. On the 15th of September 1916, British tanks lumbered onto the battlefield at Flers-Courcelette. They were crude, slow, and prone to breakdowns, but they terrified German soldiers who had never seen such machines. Some tanks crushed barbed wire and crossed trenches, providing a glimpse of future warfare, yet there were too few and most became stuck or disabled. The tank was a weapon ahead of its time, unable yet to deliver the breakthrough. Meanwhile, artillery continued to dominate. Barrages rolled forward, sometimes too fast for infantry to follow, sometimes too slow, leaving them exposed. Shellfire turned fields into a landscape of craters filled with water where men drowned under their own equipment. Horses hauling supplies sank into the mud. Airplanes buzzed overhead, directing artillery fire and dueling in the skies. Every element of modern war converged at the Somme, grinding armies into exhaustion. French forces, though committed in smaller numbers due to Verdun, fought valiantly alongside the British. Together they advanced a few miles, capturing ground but never achieving the hoped-for breakthrough. The Germans, though battered, held firm on higher ground and withdrew only grudgingly. Both sides poured men and resources into the furnace, unwilling to concede. By the time the battle ended in late November 1916, the gains were pitiful compared to the cost. The Allies had advanced at most 6 miles along a 20-meter front. German lines had bent, but not broken. The casualties were beyond belief. Over 400,000 British, 200,000 French, and 450,000 Germans. Nearly 1.2 million men killed, wounded, or missing for a few shattered villages and ridges. The psalm became a symbol of the futility of attrition warfare. Soldiers spoke of the endless mud, the corpses littering the fields, the constant roar of artillery. Survivors carried the scars for life, some physical, many psychological. Shell shock, a term that first gained widespread use at the psalm, described the trembling, the nightmares, the broken nerves of men who had endured too much. Yet for all its horror, the psalm did matter. It relieved the pressure on Verdun, forcing Germany to divert men and guns. It blooded the British army, transforming it from a small force into a mass army capable of standing with France. It introduced new tactics, weapons, and lessons, painful lessons that would shape the final years of the war for the families of Britain, France, and Germany. However, the significance was measured not in strategy, but in grief. The cemeteries that dot the psalm today, rows upon rows of white crosses stretching to the horizon, tell the true cost. They are the graves of sons, brothers, and fathers, most no older than 25, who marched across fields one July morning and never came home. The Battle of the Psalm endures in memory not as a victory or a defeat, but as a tragedy. It was proof of the terrible gulf between the plans of generals and the reality faced by soldiers. It showed the limits of courage when confronted with machine guns and barbed wire. And it revealed that in modern war, even the strongest will could be broken by the relentless grind of attrition. From 1914 to 1918, countless battles scarred the world. But the psalm stands among the darkest. It was blood on the river, sacrifice on an unimaginable scale, and a haunting reminder of the cost of hubris and the brutality of industrial war. New weapons, tanks, gas, and the changing face of war. The First World War was remembered by those who endured it not only for the unimaginable human sacrifice, but also for the shocking newness of the weapons that defined its battlefields. From 1914 to 1918, the clash was not merely between nations, but between eras, with the last echoes of 19th century tradition colliding against the grim innovations of modern science and industry. Cavalry officers still rode into battle with polished sabers at their sides. Yet the fields they crossed were already dominated by machine guns, artillery barges, gas clouds, and machines unlike anything the world had ever seen. Soldiers who had grown up hearing tales of heroic charges and duels now found themselves crawling through mud and barbed wire, while unseen shells or poisonous vapors killed men by the hundreds. The Great War became a crucible in which modern warfare was forged, forever changing how battles would be fought. The artillery gun was the first and most dominant of these weapons. It had existed long before 1914. But the industrial capacity of Europe allowed armies to manufacture shells and cannon on a scale that defied comprehension. Artillery quickly became the most destructive force on the front, accounting for the majority of casualties in every major campaign. Verdun alone saw over 60 million shells fired in less than a year, each explosion tearing apart the ground until hills were flattened and forests turned to stumps. Soldiers described the earth itself as alive, trembling constantly under the weight of bombardment, never silent for more than a moment. A man could be buried alive in his dugout when a shell collapsed the trench above him, or he could be obliterated without leaving a trace. Those who survived the barges often emerged shaking uncontrollably, unable to stop trembling or to speak coherently. This was the beginning of what doctors called shell shock. A recognition of the unseen wounds inflicted by the constant roar and fear, the sound of shells, the smell of cordite, the sight of craters filled with mangled bodies. These memories haunted men long after the guns fell silent. Alongside artillery, the machine gun turned the battlefield into a place where courage alone meant little against steel and fire. Before the war, many generals assumed the machine gun would be a defensive tool, at most, a weapon for colonial wars or for guarding fortresses. In the trenches of France and Belgium, its true power was revealed. A single well-placed machine gun nest could mow down entire waves of attackers in minutes. On the first day of the SOM, as British soldiers advanced shoulder to shoulder across no man's land, German machine gunners opened fire from bunkers that had survived the artillery bombardment. Within hours, nearly 60,000 British casualties lay scattered across the fields. Many entangled in barbed wire they had been told would be destroyed, but still stood intact. Machine guns made the old style of open advance suicidal. Men learned quickly that to survive meant crawling, digging, or waiting for cover from artillery or smoke. The image of noble cavalry sweeping across plains was replaced forever by men crouched in mud, hugging the earth to avoid a storm of bullets. If artillery and machine guns reshaped tactics, poison gas transformed the psychology of war. In April 1915 at EE, German forces unleashed cylinders of chlorine gas that drifted with the wind across Allied trenches. Soldiers gasped and clawed at their throats as the greenish clouds seared their lungs, suffocating them where they stood. Panic swept the lines as men fled blindly, many collapsing in the fields, their skin blistered and their eyes burning. The terror of gas was not only in its immediate effect, but in its invisibility and unpredictability. A man could be healthy one moment and choking to death the next. Later, even more deadly compounds were introduced, such as phosgene, which filled the lungs with fluid, and mustard gas, which burned skin and eyes, leaving men blinded and in agony. Masks were developed with charcoal filters and awkward straps, but these offered imperfect protection. Soldiers carried them everywhere, donning them at the first hint of a gas alarm, living in constant fear that a mask strap might break, or that they might inhale just one fatal breath before it was sealed. The battlefield became a place of grotesque scenes, men stumbling blindly, their eyes swollen shut, their lungs rattling, their comrades unable to help for fear of exposure. Though the overall death toll from gas was lower than that caused by artillery, its psychological weight was immense. It made soldiers feel that the very air could no longer be trusted. Amid this landscape of destruction, new machines were introduced that seemed to belong more to science fiction than to the old world of soldiers and horses. In September 1916, during the Battle of the Somme, the British unleashed the tank. These massive armored vehicles, covered in riveted plates and crawling forward on caterpillar tracks, moved across the battlefield with a slow but unstoppable presence. Machine gun fire bounced harmlessly off their sides, and barbed wire crumpled beneath their bulk. To the infantry advancing alongside them, tanks were both a shield and a marvel, a sign that technology might finally break the stalemate. To German defenders, they were objects of terror. Men who had never seen such machines fled before them, convinced that nothing could resist their advance. Yet the early tanks were crude. They broke down frequently, moved at barely walking speed, and often became stuck in the shell-torn mud. Out of dozens deployed on that first day, only a handful reached their objectives. But the idea had been born, and it would not disappear. By 1917 and 1918, tanks became more reliable, capable of spearheading assaults and supporting infantry with real power. They were the ancestors of the armored divisions that would dominate later wars. In the skies above the trenches, another new form of warfare was taking shape. Airplanes had entered the war as little more than scouts, fragile wood and canvas contraptions with no weapons beyond the occasional pistol or rifle fired by the pilot. By 1915, synchronized machine guns allowed planes to fire through their propellers, turning them into deadly fighters. Dogfights between aces became legendary, and men like the Red Baron Manfred von Richthofen achieved near-mythic status with dozens of kills to their names. Bombers, too, appeared, dropping explosives on enemy lines, depots, and eventually even cities. Though the loads were small and accuracy poor, the psychological impact was huge. For the first time in history, civilians far from the front could feel the war descending on their homes from the sky. Massive German Zeppelins floated over London at night, releasing bombs that sent families running for shelters. Anti-aircraft fire streaked the skies. Searchlights probed the darkness. And the war took on a dimension no previous generation had imagined. A war where no place was truly safe. Every new weapon forced adaptations. Soldiers dug deeper trenches to survive artillery, built stronger bunkers to resist machine gun fire, and invented countermeasures to gas. They developed new tactics to coordinate tanks with infantry, to use planes to spot artillery, and to combine all arms in a single orchestrated assault. The learning was slow, paid for with lives. But by 1918, armies had become radically different from the ones that had marched to war in 1914. They were modern in the truest sense, complex, technological, reliant on machines and science as much as on bravery. For the men in the trenches, however, the experience was personal and visceral. They remembered the sound of the shells more than the calculations behind them, the sight of comrades shredded by machine guns more than the tactical theories, the choking fear of gas more than the chemistry. They remembered the tanks lumbering past, great beasts of steel, their engines growling and their tracks clattering, offering a fleeting glimpse of protection. They remembered the skies buzzing with planes, the sudden explosion of bombs, and the feeling that even the heavens had turned hostile. These memories marked them for life. The Great War was not only a struggle of nations, but a transformation of the human experience of battle. The legacy of these weapons extended beyond 1918. Artillery, machine guns, tanks, planes, and gas had shown the world that technology would forever shape war. The line between the front and the home was erased when bombs fell on cities. The line between human endurance and mechanical efficiency blurred when men marched alongside machines. The image of the warrior as a gallant figure gave way to the soldier as one small part of a vast machine of war. When the armistice finally came, silence fell across battlefields littered with wreckage. Twisted tanks rusted in the mud, their hulks abandoned. Gas masks lay scattered in trenches, reminders of the terror that had seeped through the air. Broken machine guns and shattered artillery pieces dotted the fields, their barrels pointing at nothing. Above all, the scars on the land itself, the craters, the ruins, the forest stripped bare, were testimony to the power of the new weapons. Generations would walk those fields and wonder how the earth itself had endured. The First World War had begun with horses pulling cannons, with soldiers in bright uniforms marching in parade ground lines. It ended with tanks, with planes, with poison gas, with entire nations mobilized in a system of destruction more vast than anyone had dreamed possible. The 4 years from 1914 to 1918 had been a brutal initiation into a new century, one where science could kill as easily as it could heal, and where the tools of progress could become the tools of annihilation. The war had not ended all wars, but it had ended forever the old ways of fighting them, the Eastern Front. From Tannenberg to Revolution, while the Western Front drew most of the world's attention with its endless trenches and the stalemate of France and Belgium, another front stretched across landscapes so vast that no map could ever seem to contain it. From the forests of East Prussia to the plains of Poland, from the Carpathian Mountains to the endless steppes of Russia, millions of men clashed in battles that were fluid, massive, and devastating. Unlike the Western Front, where lines hardly shifted for years, the Eastern Front was a theater of sweeping movements, grand encirclements, and whole armies being captured or destroyed. Yet it was also a place of unspeakable suffering for civilians, caught between the hammer and anvil of empires. Between 1914 and 1918, the Eastern Front became not only a vast battlefield, but a crucible of revolution, reshaping Europe forever. The war began in the east with bold moves and catastrophic miscalculations. When Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, Russia mobilized in support of its Slavic ally. Germany, fearing a two-front war, prepared to strike west, but also turned eastward to defend its territory. In August 1914, two Russian armies invaded East Prussia, hoping to seize German land quickly, while France held Germany's forces in the west. The Russians advanced faster than expected, pressing deep into German territory. Panic rippled through Berlin, for the Russian army was immense, dwarfing Germany's in sheer numbers. Yet numbers alone would not determine the outcome. At Tannenberg in late August 1914, German commanders Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff orchestrated one of the most dramatic encirclements in military history. Using intercepted radio transmissions, they realized that the two Russian armies were poorly coordinated. Moving swiftly by rail, they concentrated their forces against General Samson's Second Army, surrounding it near the Masuran Lakes. The result was annihilation. Over 90,000 Russian soldiers were captured, tens of thousands more killed, and Samsonov himself took his own life rather than face the humiliation of defeat. For Germany, Tannenberg became a legend, a triumph that seemed to prove Germany's superiority. For Russia, it was a disaster that foreshadowed more to come. In the following weeks, battles raged across Galicia as Russian armies turned against Austria-Hungary. Here, the Russians initially found more success. The Austro-Hungarian army, plagued by poor leadership, weak morale, and deep ethnic divisions, collapsed under the pressure. Entire towns and provinces fell into Russian hands, and Austrian losses climbed into the hundreds of thousands. Vienna, humiliated and alarmed, pleaded for German support. It became clear that Austria-Hungary could not survive the war without constant German aid. The partnership of the Central Powers became one of dependence, with Germany increasingly dictating strategy to its faltering ally. The years 1915 and 1916 brought horrors on an unimaginable scale. In the spring of 1915, Germany and Austria-Hungary launched the Goristano offensive, striking at Russian lines in Galicia, using massive concentrations of artillery, poison gas, and new infiltration tactics. They broke through with devastating effect. Russian soldiers, poorly equipped and often led by outdated methods, retreated in chaos. The Central Powers advanced hundreds of miles, capturing Warsaw and much of Poland. It was one of the largest retreats of the war. And with it came a catastrophe for civilians. Entire populations were uprooted. Refugees clogged roads, fleeing advancing armies. Jewish communities in particular faced persecution, and pilgrims accused falsely of aiding the enemy. Villages were burned, crops destroyed, and millions displaced in what some historians have called the largest refugee crisis of the early 20th century. Behind the lines, Russia's weaknesses were laid bare. Soldiers lacked rifles, sometimes sent into battle with only a handful of bullets, or instructed to pick up weapons from fallen comrades. Supply lines broke down. Uniforms and boots were in short supply. The sheer scale of the Russian Empire, its underdeveloped infrastructure, and its corrupt bureaucracy meant that even though the country had millions of men, it could not arm or feed them properly. Discontent spread from the trenches to the cities. Mothers and wives who waited in food lines grew restless as prices soared and bread became scarce. The seeds of revolution were already being sown, yet the Russians were not finished. In 1916, under General Alexei Brusilov, they launched one of the most successful offensives of the entire war, known as the Brusilov Offensive. It struck the Austro-Hungarian lines in Galicia with unprecedented coordination. Brusilov used surprise, short artillery bombardments, and infiltration tactics to shatter defenses. Whole sections of the Austro-Hungarian front collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers were captured, and for a time it seemed Austria-Hungary might disintegrate altogether. But Russian success came at a terrible cost. Casualties were immense, and reinforcements could not keep up with losses. German reserves once again stabilized the front and the offensive ground to a halt. Though it weakened Austria-Hungary beyond repair, the victory drained Russia to the point of exhaustion. As the war dragged into 1917, Russia's internal cracks widened into open fissures. Strikes, protests, and bread riots erupted in Petrograd and other cities. Soldiers at the front, weary of endless defeats and shortages, grew mutinous. In March 1917, Tsar Nicholas II abdicated, ending centuries of Romanov rule. A provisional government tried to continue the war, pledging loyalty to the Allies, but its authority was fragile. Soldiers deserted in droves. Whole regiments refused orders. Peasants seized land in the countryside, no longer waiting for reform. The Eastern Front was unraveling, not just militarily, but politically. Into this chaos stepped the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, who promised peace, land, and bread. In November 1917, they seized power in Petrograd in the October Revolution. Their message was simple and devastating. The war was a capitalist slaughter that had to end. Millions of exhausted Russians agreed. At the front, soldiers abandoned their trenches, walking home across frozen fields, determined never to fight again. The once mighty Russian army dissolved before the eyes of the world. Germany seized the opportunity. In early 1918, the Central Powers dictated terms at Brest-Litovsk, forcing Russia to sign a peace treaty that stripped it of vast territories, Poland, Ukraine, the Baltic states, and more. It was a humiliation greater even than Tannenberg, the price of revolution and collapse. For Germany, it was a triumph, freeing divisions to be sent west for a final gamble against Britain and France. For Russia, it was a prelude to civil war, as Reds and Whites battled for control of a fractured empire. The Eastern Front from 1914 to 1918 was a story of extremes. It saw sweeping advances and catastrophic retreats. Victories measured in hundreds of miles rather than yards, and casualties that rivaled those of the West, but with far less recognition. Civilians suffered as armies marched back and forth, leaving behind burned villages, famine, and disease. Soldiers endured shortages unimaginable to their counterparts in France. And out of the chaos came revolution, the fall of dynasties, and the birth of a new political order that would shape the world for the rest of the century. When the guns finally fell silent in the West in November 1918, the Eastern Front was already closed. Russia had left the war. Austria-Hungary had dissolved. And millions of men who had fought on the steppes and in the mountains were returning home to shattered families and ruined villages. Yet the impact of that front was immense. It destroyed empires, unleashed revolutions, and redrew maps in ways that defined the 20th century. If the Western Front was remembered as a stalemate of trenches, the Eastern Front was remembered as a whirlwind, a storm that swept away nations and left behind only fragments. Gallipoli, the Dardanelles gamble. By early 1915, the Western Front was locked in deadlock. The trenches from the North Sea to Switzerland had resisted every attempt at breakthrough, and the slaughter of futile offensives was already staining Europe with unimaginable blood. The Allies began searching for another way to strike at the Central Powers, something bold enough to shift the balance of the war. Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, argued that the key lay in the East. If the Allies could break through the Dardanelles Straits and capture Constantinople, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, they could open a supply route to Russia through the Black Sea, knock one of Germany's allies out of the war, and perhaps even encourage neutral countries like Greece, Romania, or Bulgaria to join the Allied cause. The plan seemed audacious, a stroke of strategic imagination. It would instead become one of the greatest tragedies of the war, a campaign remembered as Gallipoli. The first step was a naval assault. In February 1915, Allied warships, massive British dreadnoughts, and French battleships began bombarding Ottoman fortifications along the straits. The Dardanelles was a narrow waterway lined with cliffs and fortified positions guarded by artillery and mines. The Allies believed that sheer firepower could batter a path through. On the 18th of March, a fleet of 18 battleships steamed into the straits, hurling shells at the Ottoman forts. For hours, thunder echoed between the cliffs, but the Ottomans, advised by German officers like General Lehmann Fernandez, had prepared well. Their artillery returned fire, and hidden minefields awaited the Allied ships. One by one, vessels struck mines and exploded. The French battleship Bouvet sank in minutes, taking over 600 men with her. The British battleships Irresistible and Ocean followed, crippled and abandoned. By nightfall, 3 battleships lay on the seafloor and several more were damaged. The naval assault had failed. The straits could not be forced by ships alone. Attention turned to land. If Allied troops could land on the Gallipoli Peninsula, seize the heights and silence the Ottoman guns, the fleet might still break through. Plans were drawn hastily for an amphibious invasion, one of the largest ever attempted up to that time. On the 25th of April 1915, the landings began. British, French, Australian, and New Zealand forces. The Anzacs clambered into boats at dawn and rowed toward the beaches under fire. At Cape Helles, British soldiers stormed ashore in the face of withering machine gun fire. At a small cove north of Gabate, the Anzacs landed on rugged cliffs instead of the flatter beaches they had expected. Machine guns rattled from above as men scrambled onto the sand. Many cut down before they reached cover. Boats drifted, smashed by shells or overturned in the surf. Officers shouted, whistles blew, and men charged forward into chaos. The Ottoman defenders, many of them poorly equipped peasants from Anatolia, fought with desperate courage. They were commanded by officers who understood the terrain and the stakes. Among them was a relatively unknown colonel named Mustafa Kemal. At Gallipoli, he rose to prominence, rallying his men with the words, "I do not order you to fight, I order you to die. In the time which passes until we die, other troops and commanders can come forward and take our places." His leadership stiffened Ottoman resistance, and the Allied advance stalled almost immediately. The campaign settled into a stalemate strikingly similar to the Western Front. Trenches were dug into the rocky soil, sometimes only yards apart. Heat, flies, and the stench of unburied bodies made life unbearable in summer. Frost and rain turned the trenches into quagmires. In winter, water was scarce, food was poor, and disease spread rapidly. Dysentery, typhoid, and lice plagued both sides. Soldiers remembered Gallipoli less for its battles than for its misery. The endless thirst, the swarms of insects, the sight of friends collapsing from sickness as often as from bullets. Repeated Allied offensives achieved little. At Sula Bay in August 1915, fresh landings attempted to break the deadlock. Once again, poor planning and confused leadership doomed the effort. Troops sat paralyzed on the beaches, waiting for orders that never came, while the Ottomans reinforced their positions. When attacks finally went forward, they bogged down against determined defenders. Brave charges such as the assaults at Lone Pine and Tunukbare won small gains, but at a staggering cost in lives. For the Anzacs, these battles became part of national memory, moments of sacrifice and endurance that helped define the young nations of Australia and New Zealand. For the Ottomans, they became symbols of resistance, proof that their homeland could still be defended against the mightiest empires on earth. By the end of 1915, it was clear the campaign had failed. The Allies had not broken through the Dardanelles. The Ottoman Empire, far from collapsing, had held firm. Russia remained cut off from its allies, and the hoped-for Balkan states did not join the war on the Allied side. In December, under the cover of night and fog, the Allies evacuated their positions. Miraculously, the withdrawal was carried out with almost no losses. a sharp contrast to the disaster of the landings, but it was a hollow success. Gallipoli had cost the Allies more than 250,000 casualties killed, wounded or missing. The Ottomans suffered a similar toll. The beaches and ridges of the peninsula were left littered with graves and wreckage, silent witnesses to the futility of the campaign. Gallipoli had far-reaching consequences. For Churchill, it was a humiliation that forced him to resign from the Admiralty. His reputation was scarred, though he would later rise again. For the Anzacs, it became a defining moment of national identity, remembered each year on Anzac Day as a symbol of courage and sacrifice. For the Ottomans, it was a rare and vital victory in a war that would otherwise bring their empire to collapse. For Mustafa Kemal, it was the beginning of a career that would eventually see him become Ataturk, the founder of modern Turkey. Strategically, Gallipoli revealed the difficulties of amphibious warfare and the dangers of underestimating a determined enemy. It showed that sheer firepower could not always overcome terrain, preparation, and morale, and it demonstrated that bold plans, however imaginative, could lead to catastrophe when executed without clear strategy or sufficient coordination. For the men who fought there, Gallipoli was remembered not in terms of strategy, but in terms of experience. The blazing sun on the rocky hillsides and the sound of waves lapping against boats filled with wounded, the cries of men dying far from home. Survivors carried those memories for the rest of their lives, reminders of a campaign that promised so much and delivered only grief. When the Allies sailed away in January 1916, leaving behind only cemeteries and shattered trenches, the dream of forcing the Dardanelles was gone. The war would continue for nearly 3 more years with other plans, other offensives, and other disasters. But Gallipoli remained etched in memory as one of the most tragic gambles of the Great War, a place where audacity met reality, where courage met futility, and where the hopes of nations washed ashore on blood-stained beaches. 1917, the year of mutiny. The year 1917 was unlike any other in the Great War. By then, the conflict had dragged on for nearly 3 years, and the initial rush of patriotism and hope had long since drained away. Millions of men had been killed or maimed, cities and villages destroyed, and families torn apart. The battlefields of Verdun and the Somme had shown that no sacrifice, no matter how vast, could break the stalemate. On every front, soldiers and civilians alike began to ask a terrible question: what was all this suffering for? Nowhere was this question more brutally answered than in France, where the army itself, the very instrument of national defense, began to unravel under the strain of endless battles. 1917 became known as the Year of Mutiny. It began with hope, as many tragedies do. The French High Command, desperate to achieve a breakthrough after years of slaughter, placed its faith in a new plan. General Robert Neville, who had gained fame at Verdun for his clear orders and optimistic spirit, was promoted to commander-in-chief. He promised that with his new tactics and concentrated artillery fire, he could deliver a decisive victory in just 48 hours. He spoke of rolling barges and massive firepower, of an attack so overwhelming that German defenses would crumble. He promised his men that the suffering of trench warfare would soon be over, that this would be the battle to end the war. French politicians clung to his words, and soldiers in the trenches, though weary, dared to hope. The offensive was launched in April 1917 along the Chemin d'Armes Ridge north of the Aisne River. For days before the attack, French artillery thundered, hurling millions of shells into the German positions. The roar was constant, a reminder of Neville's promise that the Germans would be obliterated before the infantry even advanced. On the 16th of April, French soldiers climbed from their trenches and surged forward. But the Germans were not obliterated. Their defenses, dug deep into caves and tunnels beneath the chalk ridge, had survived the bombardment. Machine guns opened fire and French troops fell in swathes across the mud, Rain turned the battlefield into a quagmire, and tanks meant to spearhead the assault broke down or sank. The attack achieved little more than piles of corpses. The assault continued for weeks, with Neville insisting that success was near, but the results were catastrophic. By May, nearly 200,000 French soldiers had been killed or wounded. The grand promise of a breakthrough had collapsed into the same slaughter that had haunted every campaign since 1914. The French soldiers felt betrayed. They had been told this would end the war, that the sacrifice would finally have meaning. Instead, they found themselves thrown into yet another futile offensive. Their lives squandered for nothing. The despair boiled over into rebellion. Units returning from the front lines refused to go back. Soldiers openly declared that they would defend their trenches if attacked, but would no longer launch pointless offensives. Some sang songs of defiance, others scrawled slogans on their billets. Down with the war, we will not march. These were not isolated incidents. By June 1917, mutinies had spread to nearly half the French divisions on the Western Front. In some regiments, men simply deserted, slipping away to their villages. In others, they refused orders en masse, shouting at their officers that they had been lied to. Though the soldiers did not rise against France itself, though they did not storm Paris or overthrow the government, their message was unmistakable. They would no longer be sacrificed blindly. The French High Command panicked. The nation seemed on the brink of collapse. If the Germans had realized the scale of the crisis and launched a major offensive, France might have fallen. But the Germans were stretched themselves. Still recovering from Verdun and wary of British strength on the Somme, the crisis remained a French secret, hidden from the Allies and the enemy alike. The government and the military moved quickly to restore control. General Neville was dismissed, his promises now remembered only as reckless lies. In his place came General Philippe Pétain, a cautious, pragmatic leader who had earned the trust of his men at Verdun. Pétain understood that the army could not simply be bullied back into obedience. Executions were carried out. Dozens of men were shot as an example, but Pétain relied more on rebuilding morale than on terror. He promised the soldiers that there would be no more grand offensives until the Allies were ready. He improved food supplies, granted more rest leaves, and rotated units more frequently to reduce exhaustion. Slowly, discipline returned. The men were willing to defend their country, but they would no longer follow leaders who wasted their lives recklessly. It was a sobering lesson for France, and for the rest of the Allies as well. While France endured its mutiny, morale elsewhere was also faltering. The British Army, preparing for the battles of Pandal later that year, faced its own exhaustion. Soldiers wrote bitter letters home about mud, death, and the indifference of generals. Yet it was in Germany that the first cracks began to show among the Central Powers. The British blockade was strangling the German home front. Bread was scarce, meat almost non-existent. Families queued for hours for food, often only to be told supplies were gone. The infamous turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 left civilians bitter and hungry, surviving on animal fodder. Strikes and protests broke out in cities, and soldiers returning home on leave saw their families starving. German soldiers at the front began to feel the same despair as their French enemies. Letters spoke of endless fighting, of comrades who had died for villages that were lost the next week, of commanders who seemed as blind as the French generals. Desertions increased and discipline weakened. By the end of 1917, German morale was stretched thin, held together only by the hope that new victories might come in the east as Russia faltered. Across the front lines, the year 1917 marked a turning point not of battles won or lost, but of faith itself. The illusions of 1914, the belief in a short war, the pride of nations, the trust in commanders were gone. In their place lay only exhaustion, bitterness, and disillusionment. Men fought on because they had no choice. because desertion meant death, because their families at home depended on their defense. But their hearts were heavy, and their eyes no longer shone with patriotism. For the French, the mutinies were both a warning and a lesson. They showed that soldiers could only endure so much, that even the bravest army in Europe had limits. They also showed that leadership mattered. Paine's calm, measured approach saved France from collapse, preserving an army that would later fight again in 1918. For Germany, the strains of blockade and attrition foreshadowed the greater cracks that would come in 1918 when revolution would sweep the empire away. The year of mutiny was not simply about rebellion in the ranks. It was about the breaking point of human endurance, about the moment when men who had given everything realized they had nothing left to give. It was about the deep chasm between promises made by leaders and the realities lived by soldiers. And it was about the fragile line that held nations together in the face of war's relentless grind. When historians looked back on 1917, they saw not only battles and offensives, but the moment when morale itself became a battlefield. For the French soldiers who refused to march, for the German workers who struck for bread, for the families who waited in hunger and grief, the war had become not just a fight against the enemy, but a fight against despair. It was a year when the war nearly broke those who fought it, a year when the spirit of nations hung by a thread. Russia withdraws Brest-Litovsk. By the beginning of 1917, Russia was staggering under the weight of the war. The vast empire had sent millions of men into battle across the Eastern Front, but defeats at Tannenberg, the Masurian Lakes, and in Galicia had bled its armies white. The retreat of 1915 had driven them hundreds of miles backward, leaving behind burned villages and uprooted civilians. Supply lines were chaotic, rifles and ammunition scarce, and soldiers often marched to the front with orders to scavenge weapons from the fallen. At home, the shortages were even worse. Long lines of women waited in the snow outside bakeries for bread that rarely came. Prices soared, fuel was scarce, and strikes spread across the cities. The war that had once been proclaimed a patriotic crusade was now a millstone, dragging the empire toward collapse. The Tsar Nicholas II bore the weight of failure. Distrusted by liberals, despised by workers, and mistrusted by the army, he clung to the throne with increasing desperation. In 1915, he had taken personal command of the army, a move meant to inspire, but which left him directly responsible for defeat after defeat. At the same time, he left the government in the hands of his wife Alexandra and her controversial advisor, the mystic Rasputin. Corruption and incompetence festered, while faith in the monarchy eroded. For the Russian people, the war had become not a defense of the motherland, but a nightmare imposed from above. In March 1917, the storm finally broke. Bread riots in Petrograd merged with strikes, and soldiers sent to suppress the protests joined the demonstrators instead. Crowds filled the streets shouting for bread, peace, and freedom. Within days, the Tsar abdicated, ending 300 years of Romanov rule. A provisional government took power, promising reform and democracy, but it made a fatal mistake. It vowed to continue the war. Russia's allies in London and Paris demanded it, and many believed that to withdraw would mean national humiliation. The soldiers at the front, however, had had enough. Desertions multiplied. Whole regiments ignored orders, electing committees to govern themselves instead of obeying officers. The provisional government tried to rally morale with a summer offensive, but the attack collapsed almost immediately, with men abandoning their posts or even shooting their commanders. The army was dissolving before the eyes of the world. Into this chaos returned Vladimir Lenin, leader of the Bolsheviks, smuggled back into Russia with German help. His message was simple: bread, land, and peace. He promised an end to the war, an end to exploitation and power to the Soviets. the Workers' and Soldiers' Council springing up across the country, for soldiers exhausted by mud and hunger, for workers disillusioned by the broken promises of the provisional government, for peasants eager to seize land from landlords. Lenin's words rang like salvation. In November 1917, the Bolsheviks seized power in Petrograd in the October Revolution. The Winter Palace fell with barely a shot fired. A new government led by Lenin and the Bolshevik Party proclaimed the beginning of the socialist state. One of their first acts was to seek peace. Lenin understood that the survival of the revolution depended on ending the war immediately. The Russian army no longer existed in any meaningful sense. It was a mass of disintegrating units, men trudging home with their rifles slung over their shoulders, unwilling to fight another day. On the 15th of December 1917, an armistice was signed with the Central Powers. Soon after, negotiations began in the fortress town of Brest-Litovsk, deep in German-occupied Poland. The talks revealed the gulf between hope and reality. The Bolsheviks, represented by Leon Trotsky, hoped to appeal to principles of self-determination and international revolution. They believed workers across Europe would rise and that peace could be built on fairness. The Germans, however, held all the cards. Their armies occupied vast swaths of Russian territory, and their generals demanded harsh concessions. They wanted Poland, the Baltic states, Ukraine, and large portions of Belarus. They wanted resources, grain, coal, oil that would feed the German war machine. They wanted Russia humiliated. Trotsky tried to stall. He declared a policy of no war, no peace, refusing to sign the treaty but also refusing to fight. The Germans responded with a renewed offensive in February 1918. With the Russian army in tatters, German divisions advanced almost unopposed, seizing huge areas of land in days. The Bolsheviks had no choice. On the 3rd of March 1918, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed. The terms were staggering. Russia lost 1/3 of its population, 1/4 of its territory, and 1/2 of its industrial resources. Poland, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Ukraine was stripped away. The Black Sea coast fell under German influence, and the dream of a socialist revolution across Europe seemed to collapse under the weight of humiliation. Lenin accepted the terms with bitterness, calling it a robber's peace. But he argued that the revolution must survive at any cost, even if it meant surrendering vast lands. To him, the treaty was temporary. Once revolution spread westward, he believed the map would be redrawn again. For Germany, Brest-Litovsk was a triumph. With Russia out of the war, they could transfer divisions westward for a final offensive against Britain and France before the United States arrived in full strength. German soldiers marched through Kiev, Riga, and Minsk, celebrating victories that seemed unimaginable months earlier. The Eastern Front was finished and Germany stood at the peak of its power. Yet, the triumph was hollow. The resources of Ukraine did not flow as easily as planned. The occupation stirred resistance, and the cost of holding such vast lands stretched German forces thin. Worse still, by focusing on the east, they had failed to recognize the storm gathering in the west. For Russia, Brest-Litovsk was the beginning of another war altogether. The peace with Germany freed the Bolsheviks to focus on enemies at home. Civil war erupted between the Red Army loyal to the Bolsheviks and the White Forces, a coalition of monarchists, liberals, and foreign-act armies determined to overthrow the revolution. From 1918 to 1921, Music Russia would be plunged into a conflict even more brutal than the Great War itself, a struggle that left millions dead and cemented the Bolsheviks' grip on power. The collapse of the Eastern Front was not the end of Russia's suffering, but the beginning of a new nightmare. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk revealed how the Great War was not just a clash of armies, but a destroyer of empires. The Romanovs were gone, their dynasty ended in abdication and execution. The Russian Empire was shattered, its lands carved up by enemies. The dream of a united, powerful Russia was broken, replaced by revolution, civil war, and uncertainty. For the soldiers who had trudged home from the front, for the peasants who seized land from landlords, for the workers who took over factories, the war seemed at last to be over. Yet the price of peace was humiliation and dismemberment, and the scars it left would endure for generations. By the time the guns fell silent in the West in November 1918, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was already unraveling. Germany's defeat nullified its terms, and many of the territories it had seized became independent states or battlegrounds in the Russian Civil War. But for a brief moment in 1918, Brest-Litovsk had marked one of the most dramatic shifts of the entire war. The collapse of one of the world's greatest empires and the rise of a new revolutionary state determined to reshape the world. For the men who had fought on the Eastern Front, the memory was of marches across endless plains, of battles won and lost on a scale so vast that villages and rivers were swallowed by the tide. For the civilians, it was of hunger, exile, and uncertainty. For the leaders in Berlin and Petrograd, it was of treaties and maps, of signatures that redrew the future. And for history, it was the moment when Russia turned its back on the Great War, retreating into a conflict of its own making. Even as the rest of the world still bled, the war comes home, the Spanish flu. As the Great War entered its final year, another enemy emerged, one invisible, merciless, and ultimately more deadly than the artillery shells and machine guns. It did not wear a uniform or carry a rifle, and it did not distinguish between soldier and civilian. It struck in the trenches, in the cities, in villages, and on ships at sea. It was influenza, later known as the Spanish flu, and by the time it had run its course, it would kill more people than the war itself. The first cases appeared quietly in the spring of 1918. At a military camp in Kansas, soldiers reported high fevers, chills, and fatigue. Within days, the illness spread through the barracks. At first, doctors assumed it was a seasonal outbreak of flu, unpleasant but not unusual. The men recovered quickly, and the world paid little attention, but the movement of troops ensured that the disease would not remain confined. Soldiers carried it aboard trains and ships across the Atlantic to Europe, into the trenches of France, and across the globe to every continent. By the summer of 1918, it was clear that this was no ordinary influenza. The virus struck with terrifying speed and intensity. Young men in the prime of life who were supposed to be the healthiest collapsed within hours. Their skin turned blue from lack of oxygen, their lungs filled with fluid, and they suffocated as doctors stood helpless. Hospitals were overwhelmed, their wards overflowing with patients gasping for breath. Coffins ran short. In some cities, bodies were stacked in the streets because there was no one left to bury them. In the trenches, the flu added another layer of horror to lives already consumed by mud, lice, and shellfire. Soldiers coughed and shivered in dugouts, and their strength drained. Some units lost more men to influenza than to enemy fire. The cramped conditions, the stress, and the poor nutrition created perfect conditions for the virus to spread. And unlike the war, which was confined to battlefields, influenza respected no boundaries. It leapt from the trenches into the civilian population, traveling with soldiers returning home on leave, with nurses, with workers. Families that had already lost sons in the war now lost fathers, mothers, and children to the sickness. One of the most frightening aspects of the pandemic was its unpredictability. It came in waves. The first wave in the spring seemed relatively mild, causing sickness but fewer deaths. Then in the autumn of 1918, just as the war reached its climax, the second wave struck, and this time it was monstrous. The virus had mutated into a far deadlier form. Cities from Boston to Bombay, from London to Lagos were ravaged. In Philadelphia, a parade to promote war bonds went ahead despite warnings from the doctors. Within days, hospitals were inundated and thousands were dead. In Spain, where press censorship was lighter than in other warring nations, newspapers reported openly on the outbreak, leading people to believe that the disease was especially severe there. Thus, the name Spanish flu became attached. Though Spain was no more its origin than any other country, fear spread faster than the disease itself. People wore masks, avoided gatherings, and shuttered schools and theaters. Yet even these measures could not stop the invisible enemy. Entire families were wiped out in a matter of days. Communities fell silent, their streets empty, except for the sound of church bells tolling endlessly for the dead. Doctors and nurses worked until they collapsed. But medicine offered little help. There were no antibiotics for pneumonia, no vaccines, no antiviral drugs. All that could be done was to offer comfort and pray. The flu was global in every sense. It swept across Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas. In India, it killed an estimated 12 million people, overwhelming funeral PS. In remote Alaskan villages, entire communities vanished. On Pacific Islands, the mortality rate reached catastrophic levels. The war had already shown that the world was interconnected by alliances and trade. The flu demonstrated that disease recognized no borders, that a virus could travel with the speed of armies and the reach of empires. By the time the final wave of influenza subsided in 1919, estimates of the dead ranged from 50 million to perhaps as many as 100 million people worldwide. The Great War itself had claimed about 16 million lives. The flu killed far more in less than 2 years, and it struck not only the old and the weak, as most influenza epidemics did, but also the young and healthy. Entire generations were scarred, first by the trenches and then by the sickness that followed them home. The social impact was immense. People who had endured 4 years of war found themselves facing grief of another kind, a grief that felt even more senseless because it came without warning, without an enemy to fight. Soldiers who returned home expecting parades often found cities in mourning, their families struck down by the flu. Children grew up orphaned, not by war, but by disease. Survivors carried both the trauma of the battlefield and the memory of empty chairs at their dinner tables. Governments already strained by the demands of war struggled to respond. In many places, authorities downplayed the epidemic, fearing that news of widespread illness would weaken morale or disrupt the war effort. Censorship in wartime meant that newspapers often underreported the scale of the disaster, contributing to confusion and rumor. Only after the war ended did the full magnitude of the pandemic become clear. The Spanish flu left behind not only death but also a lasting awareness of human vulnerability. Just as machine guns and poison gas had revealed the destructive power of modern technology, the influenza pandemic revealed the fragility of human health in a connected world. It was a reminder that wars are not fought only with weapons, that nature itself can be as devastating as any general. When the guns finally fell silent in November 1918, people hoped the nightmare was over. Yet for many, the silence of armistice was accompanied by the coughs and cries of the sick. The war had ended, but the flu raged on through the winter, leaving scars that would linger for decades. Families who had survived the shells of Verdun now faced the emptiness left by a virus that could not be seen or fought. The war had brought death in uniform. The flu brought death in every home. Historians would later call it the deadliest pandemic in modern history. For those who lived through it, it was simply another burden piled onto years of suffering. The memory of the Spanish flu faded more quickly than the war, overshadowed by battles and treaties. But in many ways it was more profound. It touched nearly every family, every village, every city, in a way the war had not. It was the moment when the Great War came home. Not through victory parades or returning heroes, but through sickness, mourning, and the humbling realization that even in peace, death still stalked the world. Germany's last gamble. The spring offensives of 1918. By the start of 1918, Germany stood at a crossroads. The Eastern Front was gone. Russia had collapsed into revolution, and the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had given Germany control over vast swaths of territory in the east. For the first time since the war began, Germany could focus entirely on the Western Front. Hundreds of thousands of troops freed from the battlefields of Poland and Galicia were now available to be shifted westward. It was an opportunity that seemed to offer the chance for victory, perhaps the last chance. But time was running out. The United States had entered the war in April 1917, and American soldiers were already arriving in France by the tens of thousands each month. By the end of 1918, there would be millions of fresh troops ready to fight under the Allied banner. Germany's leaders knew they had only a few months to strike. It would be a desperate gamble, one final attempt to win the war before America's strength could tip the balance beyond recovery. The plan that emerged was ambitious and risky. General Erich Ludendorff, the de facto military commander of Germany, designed a series of massive offensives to be launched in the spring of 1918. He called it the Kaiserschluck, the Kaiser's Battle. Rather than hammer away at one point, he intended to attack along different parts of the Western Front in succession, keeping the Allies off balance and hoping to break their armies apart before they could recover. At the heart of the strategy were new tactics developed from years of experience. Instead of mass infantry waves trudging into machine gun fire, Germany would unleash specially trained stormtroopers, fast-moving, lightly equipped assault units. They would slip through gaps in the enemy's lines, bypass strong points, and plunge deep into the rear to disrupt communications and supply. Behind them, regular infantry would follow to hold the ground. It was a method that promised speed and shock, designed to overcome the deadlock of trench warfare. On the morning of the 21st of March 1918, the first offensive began along a 60-mile front near the Esso German artillery, unleashed one of the most intense bombardments of the war. More than 6,000 guns fired shells, smoke, and gas into British positions. The earth shook, trenches collapsed, and communication lines were cut. Then, as the shelling lifted, stormtroopers emerged from the mist and raced forward. They moved in small groups, slipping past strong points, cutting through wire and infiltrating villages. The British defenders, stunned by the bombardment and overwhelmed by the speed of the assault, fell back in confusion. Entire units were captured or scattered. For the first time in years, the front line moved dramatically. German troops surged forward, recapturing ground lost in 1916 and pushing deep into Allied territory. Civilians who had lived for years under occupation saw German soldiers marching past their homes once more. For a moment it seemed as if the stalemate had been broken. The British Army reeled. Some divisions were shattered beyond recognition. Field Marshal Douglas Hay, commander of the British Expeditionary Force, issued a grim order to his troops. With our backs to the wall and believing in the justice of our cause, each one of us must fight on to the end. The phrase captured the desperation of the Allies, for the Germans had advanced 40 meters in a matter of days, something unimaginable in the years of static trench warfare. Paris itself seemed threatened. German long-range artillery began shelling the city, and residents fled in panic. The French government prepared for the possibility of evacuation, but the breakthrough was not decisive. German supply lines struggled to keep up with the rapid advance. Soldiers who had lived on short rations for years now paused to loot Allied supply depots, feasting on food and wine they had not seen since before the war. The stormtroopers had penetrated far ahead, but without tanks or motorized vehicles, their advances could not be sustained. Horses and wagons could not keep pace with the need for ammunition, food, and reinforcements, and crucially, there was no clear strategic objective. Ludendorff hoped to smash the British army and separate it from the French, but his offensives lacked a single focus. The German army was advancing, but it was advancing into exhaustion. In April, Ludendorff struck again, this time in Flanders, aiming to capture Ypres and the Channel ports. Once again, stormtroopers achieved rapid gains, overrunning British and Portuguese divisions. Once again, the Allies fell back, but the line did not break. French reinforcements rushed north, and the offensive bogged down in familiar mud and blood. In May, Ludendorff tried again, this time attacking along the A. German troops stormed across the river, advancing nearly 30 meters in just a few days. Paris lay only 40 meters away, and panic returned to the French capital. Refugees clogged the roads and government ministries prepared to flee. The Germans had not been this close to Paris since 1914. Yet once again their advance outran their supplies, and their exhausted soldiers could go no farther. In June and July, 2 more offensives followed, each aimed at breaking the Allies once and for all. Each gained ground, but at a terrible cost. German casualties mounted into the hundreds of thousands. The stormtrooper units, the best trained soldiers in the army, were decimated. Instead of breaking the Allies, the offensives drained Germany of its last reserves of strength. When the final push came at the Marne in July, the Allies were ready. French and American troops counterattacked, driving the Germans back across the river. The tide had turned. The spring offensives of 1918 were Germany's last gamble, a desperate attempt to win the war before American power could arrive in full. For a brief moment, they seemed to succeed, shaking the Allies to their core and threatening Paris once again. But in the end, they failed. The offensives consumed Germany's best troops, exhausted its resources, and left its army overstretched and vulnerable. The Allies, by contrast, held firm, buoyed by the arrival of fresh American divisions and the coordination of French, British, and Commonwealth forces under the unified command of General Ferdinand Foch. For the German soldiers, the offensives were both exhilarating and devastating. They had finally escaped the trenches, moving fast across open country, capturing villages and towns in rapid succession. For many, it was a reminder of the early days of the war when victory had seemed within reach. But the cost was unbearable. Casualties were enormous, and replacements could not keep pace. By the summer, whole units were shadows of themselves, filled with exhausted men who had marched too far and lost too many comrades. The hope of victory gave way once more to the despair of attrition. For the Allies, the spring offensives were a trial by fire, but one that hardened their resolve. French civilians, terrified as shells fell on Paris, rallied around their soldiers. British divisions, though mauled, fought stubbornly, retreating but not breaking. American troops, still fresh to the battlefield, proved their worth in hard fighting at places like Belleau Wood, where Marines earned a reputation for ferocity that astonished even their allies. The arrival of American strength, combined with the resilience of the French and British, ensured that Ludendorff's gamble could not succeed. By the end of July 1918, the German army was spent. Its soldiers were exhausted, its best units destroyed, its people at home starving under blockade. The offensives had advanced the front line, but they had not delivered victory. Instead, they had set the stage for the final Allied counteroffensive that would come in August, a campaign that would push the Germans back toward their own borders and bring the war to its end. Germany's last gamble had failed, and with it went the last real hope of winning the Great War. What remained was retreat, collapse, and revolution. The spring of 1918, remembered for its thunderous bombardments, its sudden advances, and its fleeting hope, became the moment when Germany's fate was sealed. The gamble had been bold, even brilliant in conception, but it had come too late and against enemies who could not be broken. the 100 Days Offensive. By the summer of 1918, the war had entered its final decisive phase. Germany's spring offensives, the Kaiserschlag, had hurled millions of men against the British and French lines, breaking through in places, threatening Paris, and for a moment shaking the Allies to the core. But the offensives had ultimately failed. Germany had advanced, but it had not broken the Allies. In the process, it had spent the last reserves of its strength, sacrificed its best stormtrooper units, and left its army exhausted. The Allies, meanwhile, had absorbed the blows and emerged hardened, now with American troops arriving in ever greater numbers with tanks, planes, and artillery in increasing supply, and with the armies of Britain, France, Canada, Australia, and others unified under the supreme command of Marshal Ferdinand and Foch. It was the Allies' turn to strike. What followed was a relentless campaign known as the 100 Days Offensive, a series of coordinated attacks that drove the Germans back across the battlefields of France and Belgium, shattered their army, and ended the Great War. The first blow came on the 8th of August 1918 near Amy. At dawn, after a brief but intense artillery barrage, the Allies unleashed a new style of attack. Waves of tanks, hundreds of them, clanked forward across the misty fields, supported by aircraft and creeping barges of artillery. Behind them, advanced infantry, including fresh Canadian and Australian divisions, their morale high after victories earlier in the year. The Germans were caught off guard. Many of their soldiers were demoralized after the failure of the spring offensives. Some surrendered in droves rather than face the tanks. By nightfall, the Allies had advanced more than 7 miles, the deepest penetration in years of fighting. German morale collapsed. General Ludendorff, watching the disaster unfold, called the 8th of August the Black Day of the German army. It was not simply a defeat in territory. It was a psychological collapse, proof that the German army could no longer withstand Allied assaults. The success at Arman was only the beginning. Unlike earlier offensives where one massive push was expected to decide the war, Foch's strategy was to maintain constant pressure, launching attack after attack along the front. Whenever the Germans tried to reinforce one sector, another would be struck. This rolling offensive prevented the Germans from regrouping, keeping them perpetually off balance. Through August and September, the Allies hammered away. At Albert, the British advanced, pushing the Germans from the ground they had seized in the spring. Canadians attacked at Ars, storming the formidable Drocourt line, a key part of the Hindenburg defences. Australians fought bitter battles around Mont Street, Quentin, and Peron, their courage and skill earning them admiration across the Allied armies. Each assault cost lives, but each gained ground and, more importantly, momentum. The German army was being driven backward relentlessly. In mid-September, American forces entered the campaign in force. At Street Mihiel, south of Verdun, the United States Army launched its first major independent operation. Under the command of General John J. Pershing, American troops attacked a German-held salient that had jutted into the Allied lines for years. With careful planning, overwhelming artillery support, and determined infantry assaults, the Americans captured the salient in just a few days, taking thousands of prisoners and securing a vital position. It was a triumph that proved the Americans could fight as an army, not just as reinforcements to their allies. But the true test came at the Meuse-Argonne, one of the largest battles of the war. Beginning on the 26th of September, American, French, and other Allied forces attacked along a 40-mile front, aiming to cut the Germans off from their supply lines and force them into retreat. The fighting was brutal. The Argonne forest, with its thick trees, ravines, and ridges, became a killing ground. German machine guns dug into every hill and hollow, poured fire into advancing troops. Progress was slow, measured in yards and days, casualties mounted. The Americans, still inexperienced in coordinating such massive operations, struggled at first, but they learned quickly. Reinforced by French tanks and artillery, they pressed forward, grinding down the defenders. Over the weeks that followed, the Musagon battle became the largest operation of the war for the United States, involving over 1 million American soldiers. More than 26,000 were killed, the highest toll in any American battle before or since. But the pressure never ceased, and the Germans slowly gave way. Meanwhile, British, Canadian, and Australian forces launched their own hammer blows further north. In late September, they attacked the Hindenburg Line itself, the great system of fortifications that the Germans had spent years building and which they had once believed impregnable. The assault combined tanks, aircraft, and artillery in a coordinated storm. Despite fierce resistance, the Allies broke through. Villages, trenches, and strong points that had held for years fell one after another. The Germans fought bravely, but their spirit was broken. Increasingly, they surrendered in masses, raising their hands at the sight of tanks or artillery barges. The once proud German army was unraveling. By October, the offensive had become a rolling tide. The Belgians, supported by the British, advanced along the coast. The French pressed forward in Champagne and along the Aisne. The Americans and French continued to batter through the Argonne. Everywhere the German lines bent and then broke. Towns that had been under occupation for years were liberated. Civilians wept with joy as Allied soldiers marched through their streets. Church bells rang, flags waved, and years of oppression gave way to hope. Yet the destruction was immense. Villages reduced to rubble, fields cratered and poisoned, entire landscapes scarred beyond recognition. The cost to the Allies was staggering. The 100 days offensive resulted in hundreds of thousands of casualties. Every advance was paid for in blood. The Canadians alone suffered nearly 45,000 casualties. The Australians over 35,000. The British and French even more. The Americans, still new to the war, lost tens of thousands in the Meuse-Argonne. But unlike the futile battles of earlier years, these sacrifices brought results. The war was moving toward an end. By early November, the German army was in full retreat. Its soldiers were exhausted, its supplies gone, its morale shattered. At home, the blockade had reduced civilians to starvation. Strikes and protests spread and revolution simmered. The German High Command admitted what it had denied for years. The war could no longer be won. The 100 Days Offensive was not a single battle, but a relentless campaign of pressure, coordination, and endurance. It demonstrated how far warfare had evolved since 1914. The Allies had learned to combine infantry, artillery, tanks, and aircraft in a system of modern combined arms. They had learned the importance of coordination across multiple fronts, of maintaining pressure rather than relying on one decisive blow. And they had learned, above all, that even the strongest army could collapse when faced with sustained, unrelenting force. For the soldiers who fought in those final months, the memory was one of exhaustion and determination. They had endured years of stalemate only to find themselves suddenly advancing mile after mile, liberating villages, crossing rivers, and seeing the enemy fall back before them. They knew the war was ending, though none could say when. Each advance brought new casualties, new graves, but also the hope that the end was near. For the German soldiers, it was the opposite. The slow realization that the war they had been told would bring victory had instead brought only defeat and despair. They fought bravely, but increasingly they fought only to survive, not to win. Many surrendered at the first chance, unwilling to die for a cause that had already collapsed at home. By the time the guns fell silent on the 11th of November 1918, the 100 Days Offensive had driven the Germans out of nearly all of France and much of Belgium. It had broken the back of the German army and forced the government to sue for peace. It was the final chapter of the Great War's fighting, a campaign that showed both the terrible cost of modern war and the possibility of its end. The 100 Days Offensive was not celebrated with the same poetry as Verdun or the Somme. It lacked a single dramatic moment of defense or sacrifice. Instead, It was remembered as a relentless grind, a tide that swept forward and drowned the last hopes of the Central Powers. It was the end of the war not through one decisive blow, but through the cumulative weight of years of sacrifice, now finally paying off. And for those who survived, it was the moment when the long nightmare began to fade. When the dawn of peace finally rose over the trenches of Europe, the Central Powers collapsed by the autumn of 1918. The Central Powers stood on the edge of ruin. The great gamble of the spring offensives had failed. The Allied counterblows of the 100 days were driving the German army backward, and at home, hunger and unrest had become uncontainable. Yet Germany was not alone in collapse. Its allies, Bulgaria, the Ottoman Empire, and Austria-Hungary, were each unraveling under the strain of 4 years of war. One by one they would fall away, leaving Germany isolated and exposed. The collapse of the Central Powers was not a single moment, but a sequence of unraveling threads. As old empires dissolved, armies surrendered, and nations remade themselves in the shadow of defeat, the first to fall was Bulgaria. For years it had been the junior partner in the Central Powers, fighting alongside Germany and Austria-Hungary in the Balkans. Bulgarian troops had occupied Serbia, clashed with Romanian and Greek forces, and endured years of hardship. But by 1918, the country was exhausted, its army was undersupplied, its people starving, and its will to fight nearly gone. In September, the Allies launched an offensive from Salonika, the long, quiet Macedonian front. French, Serbian, Greek, and British troops advanced in a coordinated assault. To everyone's surprise, the Bulgarian front collapsed with startling speed. Soldiers deserted, entire units surrendered, and the government in Sofia faced riots and rebellion. On the 29th of September, Bulgaria signed an armistice, effectively exiting the war. It was a quiet but decisive signal that the Central Powers were unraveling. Next came the Ottoman Empire. Once a sprawling power stretching from the Balkans to Arabia, it had spent the war fighting on multiple fronts against the British in the Middle East, the Russians in the Caucasus, and against Arab revolts within its own lands. By 1917 and 1918, the strain was unbearable. British and Arab forces under leaders like General Edmund Allenby and the enigmatic Tay Lawrence had made steady advances. Jerusalem fell in December 1917, followed by Damascus in October 1918. Ottoman armies, starved of supplies and morale, could not hold. Its population, already weakened by famine and disease, suffered terribly. On the 30th of October 1918, the Ottomans signed the armistice of Mudros aboard a British warship in the Iron Sea. The war for the empire was over, and its future was uncertain. What had once been a vast realm was now little more than broken provinces and fading memories, soon to be carved up by Allied mandates and nationalist movements into the modern Middle East. Austria-Hungary was perhaps the most fragile of all. It had never been a true nation, but rather a patchwork of peoples bound together by dynastic rule. Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Croats, Serbs, Slovenes, Romanians, and Italians all lived within its borders, often with more loyalty to their language and culture than to the Habsburg throne. The war placed impossible strain on this fragile union. By 1918, strikes, protests, and food shortages gripped Vienna and Budapest. Nationalist movements surged, demanding independence. The empire's armies, stretched thin on multiple fronts, were falling apart. In late October, Hungary declared independence. Czechoslovakia had already done the same. Other regions broke away in rapid succession. The once vast Habsburg Empire dissolved before the world's eyes, not in a single collapse, but in 1,000 small ruptures. On the 3rd of November, Austria-Hungary signed an armistice. The war was over for them, and so was the empire itself. Centuries of dynastic rule vanished in a matter of days. That left Germany. For much of the war, it had been the backbone of the Central Powers. its armies holding vast stretches of the Western Front and its industry producing the guns and shells that sustained the alliance. But by late 1918, Germany itself was crumbling. On the battlefield, the 100 Days Offensive was driving the army back toward its borders. At home, years of blockade had starved the country. Bread was scarce, meat rarer still. Families boiled turnips into thin soup and shivered in unheated homes. Workers were angry. Soldiers returning from the front were disillusioned, and the government could no longer hide the truth. The war was lost. The breaking point came with the Navy. In late October, German naval commanders, desperate for one last show of defiance, ordered the High Seas Fleet to sail out for a final battle against their British, but the sailors refused. They knew it would be suicide. In Wilhelmshaven and Kiel, they mutinied, hoisting red flags and seizing their ships. The revolt spread rapidly from the Navy to the cities. Workers joined in. Soldiers refused orders, and revolutionary councils of workers and soldiers sprang up across Germany, echoing what had happened in Russia a year earlier. By early November, the German government was collapsing. On the 9th of November, Kaiser Wilhelm II, long the symbol of German pride and militarism, abdicated the throne and fled into exile in the Netherlands. The monarchy was gone, swept aside by revolution. Germany was declared a republic. 2 days later, on the 11th of November, a delegation from the new German government signed an armistice in a railway carriage in the forest of Compiègne. The war was over. The collapse of the Central Powers was not just the end of the fighting. It was the end of an entire world order. The Habsburg Empire, once a dominant force in Europe, vanished, replaced by new nations like Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia. The Ottoman Empire, once feared across 3 continents, was reduced to the heartland of Anatolia, soon to become modern Turkey. The German Empire, proud and powerful, was stripped of its monarchy and forced into a fragile republic. Bulgaria, too, was reduced and humiliated. The monarchies that had ruled for centuries were toppled, and the idea of divine right was shattered by revolution, mutiny, and the will of ordinary people. The war had not only drained armies but also drained trust in the old systems. Millions of people across Europe looked at the ruins of empires and concluded that kings and emperors had led them into catastrophe. The collapse of the Central Powers was not simply military defeat. It was social, political, and cultural collapse. It was the death of the 19th century order, the destruction of dynasties, and the beginning of a new, uncertain era. For those who lived through it, the collapse was both liberation and chaos. Peoples who had long dreamed of independence, Poles, Czechs, Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Slovaks, Hungarians, and Arabs, saw new nations born from the ruins. Yet the boundaries were uncertain, the rivalries unresolved, and the promises fragile. In Germany, revolution promised democracy, but also unleashed bitterness and resentment. In Austria-Hungary, the end of empire left questions of identity unresolved, and the Ottoman lands, foreign mandates replaced old rulers, leaving anger that would last for generations. The collapse of the Central Powers shaped everything that followed. The treaties that ended the war, especially the Treaty of Versailles, were written in the shadow of this disintegration. The victors saw empires crumbling and sought to redraw the map. But in doing so, they swed new divisions. The fall of the Central Powers created a vacuum, and into that vacuum rushed nationalism, revolution, and the seeds of future conflict. Yet in November 1918, for those who had survived the trenches, the famine, and the revolutions, one fact mattered more than any other. The guns had fallen silent. The Central Powers had collapsed. The war was over. The world, shattered and remade, now faced the challenge of rebuilding from the ruins of defeat. Armistice Day. The guns fall silent. By November 1918, the Great War had consumed the world for over 4 years. Empires had fallen, millions lay dead, and whole landscapes were unrecognizable beneath the scars of trenches and shells. Germany, the last of the Central Powers still fighting, was collapsing from within. Its spring offensives had failed. Its army was in retreat, its people were starving, and revolution was spreading through its cities. The Kaiser had fled into exile, and a new republic had been proclaimed. With no hope of victory, Germany's leaders asked for a ceasefire. What followed was the moment the world had long prayed for. Yet when it finally came, it carried a strange mix of relief, sorrow, and disbelief. The day was the 11th of November 1918. The day the guns fell silent. The negotiations took place in the forest of Compiègne, north of Paris. It was a cold, grey setting chosen deliberately for its isolation. Deep among the trees, a railway carriage had been prepared to host the talks. On one side sat the Allied delegation led by Marshal Ferdinand Foch of France, stern and unyielding. On the other side sat the German representatives led by Matthias Erzberger, a civilian politician. He was not a soldier, but a man chosen because the new German government needed someone to take responsibility for the humiliation of ending the war. The Germans arrived knowing they had little room to argue. Their armies were crumbling, their cities restless, their allies defeated. Yet still the terms presented to them were harsher than they had hoped. The Allies demanded the immediate withdrawal of German troops from France, Belgium, and Alsace-Lorraine. They required the surrender of vast amounts of equipment, thousands of guns, aircraft, and submarines. They insisted that Germany accept continued naval blockade and the release of Allied prisoners without any guarantee of relief for Germany's starving population. It was unconditional, a dictated peace. Erzberger and his colleagues protested, pleading for softer terms, but Marshal Foch was unmoved. He told them bluntly, "Accept, or the war continues." Germany had 48 hours to decide. The Germans knew they had no choice. On the morning of the 11th of November, at 5 o'clock, the armistice was signed. It would take effect at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. Between the signing and the ceasefire lay 6 more hours of fighting. Those last hours became among the strangest and most tragic of the war. Soldiers on both sides knew that peace was only hours away, yet orders still sent them into battle. Some commanders wanted to gain ground that might strengthen their side in the coming peace negotiations. Others simply did not believe the war could really end so suddenly and kept pressing their attacks. On the Western Front, American, British, and French units advanced against German positions in villages, woods, and trenches. Men continued to die. More than 2,000 soldiers were killed on the 11th of November. A bitter toll for a war that was about to end. One of the last was Private Henry Gunther, an American soldier near the town of Chaumont-de-Vendôme. Just before 1100, he charged a German machine gun nest. The Germans, aware the ceasefire was imminent, tried to wave him back, shouting for him to stop. But Gunther kept coming, rifle in hand. He was cut down at 10:59, 1 minute before the guns fell silent. His death, unnecessary and heartbreaking, became a symbol of the war's cruel waste, of lives lost even in its final breath. Then came the appointed hour. At exactly 1100, the thunder of guns that had shaken Europe for more than 4 years ceased. Artillery pieces which had fired millions of shells fell quiet. Machine guns which had cut down waves of men in fields of mud were stilled. Across hundreds of miles of front, silence spread. Soldiers who had lived with constant noise, who had slept with the roar of bombardments in their ears, stood in shock at the sudden quiet. Some wept, others cheered. Many simply stood, stunned by the absence of sound, unable to believe that it was truly over. On the Allied side, church bells rang. In Paris, London, and New York, crowds poured into the streets, waving flags, singing and embracing strangers. In Paris, people danced, filling the boulevards with joy. In London, Big Ben rang for the first time in years. In New York, despite the early morning hour, parades formed spontaneously. For civilians, the end of the war was a release, a chance to celebrate survival and to mourn openly. Yet for many soldiers, the silence was not joyful but haunting. They thought of friends who had died only hours before, of comrades who had fallen in battles that now seemed meaningless. They thought of the years spent in trenches and the endless mud, the gas attacks, the fear, the hunger, the lice. They wondered if they had truly survived or if part of them would remain forever in those fields of blood and wire. For them, Armistice Day was less a celebration than a stunned exhale, the release of breath held for too long. For the families who had lost sons, fathers, or brothers, the silence brought grief. Bells rang not only for victory, but for mourning. Entire villages in France and Britain were missing nearly every young man. In Germany, civilians looked not at parades, but at hunger and uncertainty. Their empire gone, their monarchy swept away. For them, the 11th of November was not triumph, but defeat, humiliation, and fear of what came next. The silence itself became the most powerful symbol of the day. After 4 years in which the sound of artillery had been constant, the sudden absence felt surreal. Soldiers later recalled that the quiet was louder than any barrage. It was the silence of relief, of disbelief, of mourning. It was the silence of a world changed forever. In the weeks that followed, the armies began to withdraw. Soldiers trudged homeward, some greeted as heroes, others returning quietly to families too scarred to celebrate. Many carried wounds, visible and invisible. The term shell shock was still poorly understood, but countless men suffered nightmares, tremors, and despair. Civilians faced shortages, inflation, and the task of rebuilding shattered towns. The armistice ended the fighting, but it did not end the suffering. Armistice Day quickly became a symbol. In Britain and its dominions, the 11th of November became Remembrance Day, marked by silence at 1100, by ceremonies at cenotaphs, and by the wearing of poppies, inspired by the fields of Flanders where so many had fallen. In the United States, it became Veterans Day, honoring those who had served. Across Europe, monuments rose, names were carved into stone, and families gathered each year to remember. The railway carriage in Compiègne, where the armistice had been signed, was preserved as a monument to victory and peace, though its symbolism would be twisted years later when Adolf Hitler forced the French to sign their surrender there in 1940. For those who lived through it, Armistice Day was a moment that defied simple description. It was joy, grief, relief, and bitterness all at once. It was the end of a nightmare and the beginning of an uncertain future. It was proof that even the most terrible war must eventually end, and a warning that peace itself could be fragile. The guns had fallen silent. The world stood in the eerie calm that followed, looking at the ruins of empires, the empty villages, and the rows of crosses stretching across fields. The war to end all wars was over. But beneath the relief lay unresolved questions, anger, and the seeds of future conflict for the men who stood in the trenches on the 11th of November. For the families who listened to the sudden quiet, the memory of that silence would last a lifetime. It was the sound not of triumph, but of an ending one bought at a cost beyond measure. The Treaty of Versailles, punishment or peace. When the guns fell silent on the 11th of November 1918, millions hoped that the nightmare was over and that peace would bring healing. Soldiers laid down their rifles, civilians wept with relief, and nations celebrated the end of bloodshed. But the silence of the battlefield was not the same as the arrival of peace. The war had left Europe shattered, cities in ruins, economies in tatters, families broken, and empires dissolved. Now came the harder task, deciding what the future would look like and what price the defeated should pay. That task fell to the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, which would produce the Treaty of Versailles, a document that promised to secure peace but instead left behind resentment, bitterness, and questions that would shape the next century. Paris in early 1919 became the center of the world. Delegates from more than 30 nations converged on the city, their hotels filled with diplomats, advisors, journalists, and hopeful petitioners. The city was alive with expectation. Yet beneath the surface it was also tense. Victorious nations wanted different things, and the defeated had no voice at all. The negotiations were dominated by what became known as the Big Four. Woodrow Wilson of the United States, David Lloyd George of Britain, Georges Clemenceau of France, and Vittorio Orlando of Italy. Each brought his own vision of peace, and each clashed with the others. Wilson arrived in Europe a hero. His 14 points, a speech delivered in January 1918, had offered a vision of a fair and lasting peace. He called for open diplomacy, freedom of the seas, reduction of arms, self-determination for peoples, and most importantly, a League of Nations that could mediate disputes and prevent future wars. Many in Europe, weary of bloodshed, embraced his ideals. Crowds greeted him like a savior when he arrived in Paris. But Wilson's vision, lofty and idealistic, soon collided with the harder realities of politics. Clemenceau, the French Prime Minister, had lived through the devastation of his country. Northern France lay in ruins, its towns and farms destroyed by years of trench warfare. More than 1 million French soldiers were dead. Clemenceau, called the Tiger for his fierce determination, wanted security above all. He demanded that Germany be crippled so it could never again threaten France. He pressed for harsh reparations, territorial losses for Germany, and military restrictions that would keep the former aggressor permanently weak. For Clemens, Wilson's talk of fairness sounded naive. France had bled too much to risk German resurgence. Lloyd George of Britain took a middle path. He recognized that the British public, inflamed by years of sacrifice, wanted Germany punished. At the same time, he feared that a completely ruined Germany would destabilize Europe, undermine trade, and invite revolution. He sought to balance punishment with pragmatism to ensure Germany paid, but also remained capable of recovery. His position often shifted, swayed by political pressures at home and the need to navigate between Clemenceau's harshness and Wilson's idealism. Italy, represented by Orlando, hoped to gain territories promised in secret treaties when it had joined the Allies in 1915. But Italy often found itself ignored by the larger powers, its demands dismissed, its influence minimal. Beyond Europe, delegations arrived from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, seeking recognition, independence, or justice. Many were turned away. The principle of self-determination so loudly proclaimed by Wilson was applied selectively, often only where it served the interests of the victors. Germany was not invited to the negotiations. Its representatives were summoned only in May 1919, when the treaty was already drafted and handed the terms to sign. This exclusion stung deeply. Germans had been told by their leaders in November 1918 that they were agreeing to a ceasefire based on Wilson's 14 points. They expected negotiations, compromise, and a chance to defend themselves. Instead, they were presented with a document that demanded their submission. The terms of the Treaty of Versailles were harsh. Germany was forced to accept full responsibility for the war in what became known as the War Guilt Clause. This clause was not only symbolic, it was the legal basis for demanding reparations. The reparations bill was staggering 132 billion gold marks, a sum so vast it seemed impossible to pay. Germany also lost significant territory. Alsace was returned to France. The Rhineland was to be demilitarized. Large areas of eastern Germany were ceded to the newly recreated Poland, cutting Germany off from East Prussia by the Polish corridor. The city of Danzig was declared a free city under international control. Germany's overseas colonies were taken and handed to Britain, France, Japan, and others as mandates. Militarily, Germany was stripped bare. Its army was limited to 100,000 men with no conscription allowed. Tanks, heavy artillery, submarines and aircraft were forbidden. Its navy was reduced to a few small ships. These restrictions left many Germans feeling defenseless, especially as the new republic faced unrest and threats from both left-wing revolutionaries and right-wing extremists. The humiliation was profound. German representatives protested bitterly, declaring that the treaty was unfair, that it punished the entire nation for a war not solely of its making. But they had no leverage. When they hesitated to sign, the Allies threatened to resume the war. Facing starvation at home and military collapse, the German assembly in Weimar reluctantly voted to accept. On the 28th of June 1919, exactly 5 years after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the treaty was signed in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles. The symbolism was deliberate. It was the same hall where the German Empire had been proclaimed in 1870, one after France's defeat in the Franco-Russian War. Now Germany was forced to kneel in humiliation where it had once celebrated triumph. The reaction in Germany was explosive. Newspapers called the treaty a diktat, a dictated peace. Crowds protested in the streets. Politicians spoke of a stab in the back, a myth suggesting that the German army had not been truly defeated in the field but betrayed by civilians, communists, and Jews at home. This lie would poison German politics for years, fueling extremism and resentment. The new Weimar Republic, fragile and struggling, was blamed for accepting the treaty even though it had little choice. In France, Cleo returned to cheers. He had secured security measures and reparations, though not as harsh as some Frenchmen had wanted. In Britain, Lloyd George presented the treaty as a fair balance, though many criticized it as either too harsh or not harsh enough. Wilson, meanwhile, returned to the United States exhausted, hoping to persuade his Senate to ratify both the treaty and America's membership in the League of Nations. But the Senate rejected it. Unwilling to entangle the United States in European affairs, the League was born. But without the United States, its strength was crippled from the start. Beyond Europe, the treaty reshaped the world. The Ottoman Empire's Arab provinces were placed under British and French control despite promises of independence made during the war. In Asia, Japan gained German colonies and privileges in China, sparking protests among Chinese students in the May 4th movement. In Africa, German colonies were divided among the victors. The rhetoric of self-determination rang hollow for colonized peoples who saw instead the continuation of empire under a new name. The economic consequences of the treaty were severe. Reparations strained Germany's fragile economy, leading to inflation, unrest, and despair. In 1923, when Germany fell behind on payments, French and Belgian troops occupied the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland. German workers went on strike and the government printed money to support them, unleashing hyperinflation. Prices spiraled out of control. Bread cost billions of marks, life savings were wiped out, and ordinary people carried wheelbarrows of banknotes to buy food. The trauma of this economic collapse scarred German society, fueling anger against the treaty and those who had signed it. Historians have debated Versailles ever since. Some argue it was too harsh, crippling Germany and sowing the seeds of revenge. Others argue it was not harsh enough, that Germany remained too strong and capable of recovering. What is clear is that it failed to create lasting peace. Within 20 years, the bitterness of Versailles would help Adolf Hitler and the Nazis rise to power, promising to overturn the humiliation, tear up the treaty, and restore German pride. For the men and women who lived through 1919, the treaty was both an end and a beginning. It ended the war formally, but it began a new era of instability. For some, it was relief that the fighting had stopped and that the victors had imposed justice. For others, it was betrayal, hypocrisy, and the planting of new seeds of conflict. The Treaty of Versailles became not just a document, but a symbol of hope for peace, of punishment for aggression, and of failure to truly heal the wounds of the Great War. In the glittering hall of mirrors, as pens scratched on parchment beneath chandeliers, history turned a corner. The First World War had ended, but the peace that followed was fragile, contested, and incomplete. The treaty was meant to prevent another war. Instead, it left behind anger, humiliation, and disillusionment that would erupt again in a conflict even greater than the one it sought to close. The legacy of the Great War. When the last signatures dried on the Treaty of Versailles in June 1919, the Great War was officially over. Yet peace did not bring the sense of closure many had hoped for. Across Europe and far beyond, the war left a world transformed, scarred in ways that would echo through generations. Its legacy was not confined to the ruined landscapes of Flanders or the shattered cities of France. It stretched into politics, culture, technology, economics, and the very way people thought about themselves and their future. The Great War had been called the war to end all wars, but its real legacy was more complex. It was a conflict that ended one era and began another, laying the foundation for both hope and tragedy in the century to come. The most immediate legacy was the collapse of empires. 4 great dynasties that had ruled for centuries fell in just a few years. The Habsburgs, whose Austria-Hungary had once stretched across Central Europe, dissolved into new nations: Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Hungary, and Austria itself. The Ottoman Empire, long called the sick man of Europe, finally succumbed, leaving behind the modern state of Turkey and a Middle East divided by British and French mandates. The Romanovs of Russia had been swept away by revolution in 1917, replaced by the Soviet Union, a new kind of power founded on ideology rather than dynasty. And in Germany, the Hohen were gone, the Kaiser exiled, and a fragile republic left to navigate humiliation and instability. The old world of emperors and crowns was dead. In its place arose republics, nationalist movements, and revolutionary ideologies that would shape the 20th century. The redrawing of borders was dramatic. New countries appeared on the map. Poland re-emerged after more than a century of partition. The Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania declared independence. Finland broke away from Russia. In Central and Eastern Europe, borders shifted as communities long under imperial rule sought self-determination. Yet these new nations were fragile, their borders often contested, their populations divided by language, religion, and history. Where one empire had once suppressed differences, new states often struggled to manage them. Tensions simmered, and though independence brought hope, it also brought new conflicts. The social legacy of the war was equally profound. Millions had been killed, an estimated 16 million dead and 21 million wounded. Whole generations were scarred. In France and Britain, villages lost nearly all their young men. In Germany and Austria, hunger and deprivation left scars that lasted decades. The dead were not only soldiers, but also civilians caught in bombings, massacres, or famine. The influenza pandemic of 1918 to 1919 added another 20 to 50 million deaths, doubling the grief. The scale of loss created what came to be known as the lost generation. These were not only the soldiers who returned disillusioned and broken, but also the young men and women who grew up in the shadow of mass death, struggling to make sense of a world that seemed to have betrayed them. Writers like Erich Maria Remarque, Wilfred Owen, and Siegfried Kassoun captured this sense of disillusionment, their words etched with bitterness against the romanticism of war. The literature and poetry of the time echoed a single truth: the war had stripped life of certainty and innocence. Culturally, the war marked the end of one age and the birth of another. Before 1914, Europe had seen itself as the pinnacle of progress, reason, and civilization. After 4 years of trenches, poison gas, and mass slaughter, that illusion was shattered. Artists responded with movements like Dadaism and Surrealism, which mocked the rationalism that had led to such destruction. Music, painting, and literature turned away from tradition, embracing modernism, abstraction, and experimentation. The war did not just change borders, it changed the imagination of a generation. The role of women also shifted dramatically. With millions of men at the front, women took on new roles in factories, offices, and farms. They became munitions workers, tram drivers, nurses, and clerks, proving they could do work once considered the domain of men. After the war, many countries recognized these contributions by granting women the right to vote, including Britain, Germany, Austria, and the United States. The war did not achieve full equality, but it opened the door, accelerating a transformation in gender roles that would continue throughout the 20th century. Economically, the war left devastation and upheaval. France's industrial regions were ruined. Belgium was ravaged, and Germany faced reparations that destabilized its fragile economy. Inflation swept across Europe. In Germany, the crisis of 1923 saw the mark collapse. People carrying wheelbarrows of paper money to buy bread. Families who had saved for years saw their wealth vanish overnight. Across the continent, governments struggled with debt, reconstruction, and the care of millions of disabled veterans and widows. In some countries, this economic hardship fed radical movements from communism to fascism as people searched for solutions in the face of chaos. The war also left a legacy of technology and transformation. It had been the first industrial war on a global scale, fought with tanks, aircraft, submarines, machine guns, and poison gas. The technology developed during the conflict spilled into civilian life afterward. Aviation advanced rapidly, with peacetime airlines beginning to connect cities across continents. Medicine progressed as surgeons who had treated horrific wounds developed new techniques, and public health systems expanded in response to the pandemic. Yet the shadow of technology's destructive power never faded. The memory of tanks rumbling across battlefields, of gas drifting into trenches, and of shells pulverizing landscapes left humanity wary of its own inventions. Internationally, the war inspired attempts to prevent future conflict. The League of Nations. Wilson's dream was born from the Treaty of Versailles. It was the first global organization aimed at collective security where disputes could be resolved without war. But its effectiveness was undermined from the start. The United States refused to join despite Wilson's vision. The League lacked the power to enforce its decisions, and when tested in the 1,930 seconds by Japanese expansion in China and Italian aggression in Ethiopia, it proved too weak. Still, it laid the groundwork for later efforts at international cooperation, including the United Nations after the Second World War. For colonial peoples, the war's legacy was contradictory. Millions of soldiers from India, Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia had fought and died in Europe's war. Many returned home expecting recognition or independence inspired by Wilson's talk of self-determination. Instead, they often found themselves still under foreign rule with little change. The disappointment fueled nationalist movements across Asia and Africa. In India, the war intensified, calls for independence led by figures like Mahatma Gandhi. In the Middle East, Arab hopes for freedom were dashed as Britain and France divided Ottoman lands into mandates. In China, anger at the transfer of German concessions to Japan sparked the May 4th movement. The war had shown colonial subjects that the European powers were not invincible. And in time, that realization would help dismantle empires. Psychologically, the war left wounds as deep as any physical scar. Soldiers who had survived spoke of nightmares, tremors, and haunting memories, what was then called shell shock, but what today is recognized as post-traumatic stress disorder. In the 1,920 seconds, many veterans struggled to reintegrate into societies that did not fully understand their trauma. Memorials rose in villages and cities, Cenotaphes engraved with names of the dead. Annual ceremonies of remembrance became rituals of collective mourning, yet the war also became a political weapon. In Germany, extremists exploited the sense of humiliation and betrayal using the stab-in-the-back myth and the resentment of Versailles to rally support. In Italy, the anger of veterans and the chaos of post-war society gave rise to Mussolini's fascist movement. In Russia, the Bolsheviks consolidated power, turning the revolution sparked by the war into the world's first communist state. The legacy of the Great War can also be measured in memory and commemoration. In France and Britain, fields of white crosses stretched across the former front lines. The poppy became a symbol of remembrance, its red petals recalling the bloodshed in Flanders. In the United States, the 11th of November became Veterans Day. Across Europe, the silence observed each year at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month became sacred. A pause to remember the moment the guns fell silent. Yet remembrance was not only about mourning, it was also about learning. The phrase never again became a mantra, a hope that humanity would not repeat the horrors of 1914 to 1918. And yet within 2 decades the world was at war again. The unresolved grievances of Versailles, the economic devastation of the Great Depression, and the rise of radical ideologies led to the Second World War, a conflict even more destructive than the first. In that sense, the legacy of the Great War was tragic. It did not end war but prepared the ground for an even greater catastrophe. Some historians call the 2 world wars a single conflict with a 20-year truce in between. Still, not all of the Great War's legacy was darkness. Out of its devastation came advances in social reform, medicine, and international cooperation. Women's rights expanded, workers' movements won new protections, aviation and technology reshaped daily life. Nations learned, however imperfectly, the importance of global dialogue. The war forced humanity to confront the scale of its own destructiveness and the need for structures to restrain it. The Great War was a turning point. It ended the long 19th century, an era of empire, monarchy, and optimism, and it began the turbulent 20th century, an age of ideology, democracy, and global conflict. Its legacy remains visible in the maps of Europe and the Middle East, in the memorials that dot fields and towns, in the literature and art that still speak of disillusionment and loss. It is a legacy of grief and mourning, of sacrifice and resilience. The soldiers who marched home in 1919 carried with them not only memories of mud and blood, but also a sense that the world they had left was gone forever. The families who rebuilt their lives did so amid absence, living with empty chairs at their tables. The leaders who signed treaties believed they were shaping peace, but many sowed the seeds of new wars. The war had ended, but its shadows stretched across the century. The Great War's legacy is thus not a single story, but many. The collapse of empires, the rise of nations, the loss of innocence, the quest for remembrance, and the haunting truth that peace must be built with care or else it will crumble. To study its legacy is to hear the silence of the 11th of November 1918 and to ask whether humanity has truly learned. The war reshaped the modern world in ways both tragic and transformative. It left scars, but also lessons. Whether those lessons are remembered or forgotten is part of its enduring legacy. And so we reach the end of our journey through the Great War. From the tense years before 1914 through the spark of Sarajevo, the mud and steel of the trenches, the collapse of empires, and the fragile peace of Versailles, we have walked the long road of a world forever changed. It is a story of bravery and suffering, of ideals and illusions, of sacrifice and silence. Tonight, as the echoes of those years fade, picture the quiet fields of Flanders or the hills of Verdun. Once scarred by shells and trenches, now they lie in peace, grass and wildflowers growing where men once fought and fell. The guns are silent. The names of the fallen rest on stone memorials whispered each year in ceremonies of remembrance. The Great War reminds us how fragile peace can be, how quickly pride and fear can set the world aflame. But it also reminds us of resilience, the ability of people to rebuild, to remember, and to hope again. So as you close your eyes, let the weight of history slip into calm reflection. Let the stories of those who lived and those who were lost rest gently in your mind. May their memory not trouble you, but instead guide you into a deeper peace. The war to end all wars did not end war, but it left us lessons that still matter. Lessons about the cost of conflict, the need for understanding, and the value of silence after the storm. Rest now with the quiet assurance that even the darkest chapters of history eventually yield to the light of a new day. Sleep well, and let the silence of the 11th of November 1918 carry you into dreams of peace. Sleep well, and we'll see you in the next story. Good night, friend.